We'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Fernando.
Councilmember Rivas.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. Oral communication, this is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. I'm not seeing anyone. City manager.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. We have 3 closed session items on tonight's agenda. The first one is Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Richard Tree and Juliana Andrade, employee organization, management and confidential series, Porterville Safety Support Unit, and Porterville City Employee Association. Item number 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, a liability claim. Claimant is Angelina Tabarez, agency claimed against City of Porterville. And the final item on the agenda is Government Code Section 54956.95, another liability claim. Claimant is Frank Villegas, agency claimed against City of Porterville.
Okay, at this time, we'll go into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we'll reconvene to open session and report on any reportable action taken in closed session.
Yes, we have reportable action for item number 2. The council voted 5-0 to reject the claim of Angelina Tabarez. And then for item 3, the council voted 5-0 to reject the claim from Frank Villegas.
Okay. With that, I'll ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. It was going to be led by myself, but today we have Councilman Rivas. Is his birthday. He turned 40 years old today. So I'm going to ask him to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then please remain standing for an invocation.
That was a setup. Salute, pledge.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts for the freedoms and the blessings of liberty we enjoy in this city. We ask you to grant our mayor, city manager, and council members the wisdom to govern fairly and the strength to serve with integrity. Give them the grace to work through complex challenges and foresight to make decisions and promote peace, justice, and the welfare for all who live here. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, please be seated. Okay, moving on to council comments. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be able to attend the Porterville Fair on Friday and help out with the city booth. We didn't get a lot of visitors. Unfortunately, we were by the exit, and it wasn't a kind of, I was hoping we were going to be in the exhibit hall inside, but it was still nice to see all the families out there. It was a Friday. I planned to go a second day, just didn't get time to get back out there. But it looked very successful. Loved seeing all the law enforcement out there, making sure everybody was safe. Able to hand out some trinkets that we had for the 100, 250 celebrations. So it was really great to see the families out there and the community support that event. And then briefly, I also came down briefly for the car show here on Main Street to see how this new entertainment zone worked out. It was really long. I could say I couldn't walk from Olive to Morton. It was a long stretch, but I walked a portion of it. Great turnout. Weather was perfect for that. There were some issues that I addressed with the city manager that we need to make sure on the next event, making sure we maybe address a couple little issues. But it was really fun. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Rivas.
Yes, I attended 2 events. One was the car show also. It was the provided by the city and with the pleasure of them, and also with the Classic Image. They did a tremendous job, and I believe from the tally, there was about 185 cars from all over the place, up north to down south. And I mean, it was so exciting because there was a guy from Bakersfield that came by with a little train, and he was parading the little kids down Main Street from Morton and Olive. So, I mean, everybody behaved. Everybody had a good time. I think this is a good opportunity for Porterville to open up, and hopefully we can, and I'm going to put this on the record, to bring back the Iris Festival and also bring back the Crafts Fair and other events like that downtown Main Street, so we can bring back that luster that that Porterville was once before all the restrictions were implemented. And also, I just want to shout out to the Classic Image family. Great job. Thank you, Rolo, Ken, Joe Duran, and all the members of that Classic Image. You guys did a fantastic job. I also want to say to the police department, thank you very much. You guys were an asset to providing security. I really didn't see no issues other than everybody just having a good time. But if there were other issues, then, and it was addressed to the city manager, I'm sure the city manager will attend to them. But in all essence, everybody had a great time. Everything was cleaned up. There was no mess. So I want to provide you, thank you, sir, for your department for doing an excellent job. I heard that the businesses downtown made some good money, and that's what we are here for, to bring back the financial stability to Main Street. And on another note, I want to say that I attended the Battleship opening and on Veterans Park just yesterday, I believe, and it was an exciting moment. That it was seeing those kids and the families just out there jumping for joy. It brought a good, heartwarm felt to my heart and to the community. So I'm glad that I was part of that and for giving that to the community. So with that, I turn that over to you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Yeah, I got a few here. The fair was excellent. The live entertainment on Thursday was awesome. We were able to go, my wife and I, to see the Grand Champion Walk with all the families, where they brought in all of the Grand Champion animals and the livestock. It's always great to see. There's so much out there that we do with our schools. The hard work and the dedication to those animals and the kids in our ag community is very unique. It's a very special event, and I'm thankful to have a great community spirit that comes from our beloved fair. I have a lot of fond memories of the fair when I was in town, or when it was in town, because I used to be able to walk to it, of course, like many of us. It's different now that it's out there, but we're excited to see in the new location they're building some things, and they're expanding with some new barns and attractions. One of the few independent fairs left in California. We really need to support them, and what they do to partner with our local schools is amazing in developing the leadership in the next generation in our community. Looking forward to next year and hoping that we can open that up and do some more volunteers type things like we used to do when it was in town. So hopefully that will happen. I did attend the Battleship event, and it was great to see the excitement and the fun from all the kids that showed up for that. I'm just eager to see how much play they get out there with those kids on the west side. They've got something to play on. I have a couple other things. I had the honor of attending the commencement at the Porterville Military Academy. We did it 2 Fridays ago. And the city recognized several of our cadets and leaders who lead in the education of the flag folding ceremony and what it means. Honoring our flag and our rich military heritage and traditions at our flag walk inspires patriotism and love of country. Teaching and sharing the disciplines at our military academy are refreshing, inspiring for all of us. Remember, in order to preserve our history and those rich traditions, our great country, we must express those things. And those kids do a great job of expressing that. It's the doers that lead our military academy. They do an excellent job of teaching and building our future leaders. I had the honor of sharing the stage with the National Guard General Peter Cross and lifting up our youth and encouraging them to dream big, work hard, and go out and change the world. It turns out General Cross actually served under General Pagonis 3-star Desert Storm, and I had the privilege of working for General Pagonis for nearly 15 years and received some recognition from General Pagonis and the Coins of Excellence. The leadership and discipline coming out of the military tradition is what makes America great. These young people are our future, and I was honored to recognize them in front of their whole graduating class on behalf of the city. Many challenge coins traded hands at this event, which is their tradition, and they taught me a few things too. But it was very refreshing, and it was very uplifting. So let's celebrate those kids at our academy. The flag walk that they did, or they came out and did the flag folding ceremony, it's on our website. Check it out. It's very honorable, and it's great to see those kids leading in that way. I also had a great pleasure of meeting with our local Pathways leadership last week regarding the 100-250 celebrations. And I was honored to share some challenge coins with Director Cynthia Brown and Eric Santos, thanking them for hosting the Pathways event at the fairgrounds and the community, inspiring other communities in preparing our youth for a bright and successful future. The Pathways offer the challenge of learning hard work and dedication to trades and creativity, life's lessons through doing and delivering. We have to remember to express those things because that makes them live on. I love the spring in our city. We live in the most diverse and patriotic cities in our country. We live our values every day, LOVE. Our city is recovering from the COVID hangover, and the spirit of the community is returning. As we lift up our local business, our kids will lead our city into the future. The festivities for 250 and 100 are building, and our kids are excited about it. And they're really eager to participate and express that love of their country and patriotism. And it's really great to see that. The simplest patriotic expression can be found in our love of America and our Pledge of Allegiance that we all just did. Let's continue to inspire each other to express those values, express them openly so that they can live on through our kids and be encouraged and developed in our community. That's what I wanted to say, Mayor.
I love it, Vice Mayor. It's something I've said many times. The greatest cure to the division in our country is patriotism. I don't care if you're left, right, what color your skin is. We're Americans. Let's come together. And I love the way you put that. So thank you, sir. I also attended the downtown car show. I want to personally thank American Conservatory, La Gente, Classic Image, and then city staff or police department. You know, a show of force is the greatest deterrent. And so having our police officers walking up and down Main, I think was part of the reason why no one got out of hand. It really was just a great event. You know, I laughed. I was cheering people because I had a beer on Main Street. And I was saying I'm probably the first mayor in 100 years to actually have a beer legally on Main Street. So it was pretty cool. And went into Port Richards, place was packed. Took me 15 minutes to get a beer. Went into the vault, same thing. There wasn't room to sit. The place was packed. Talked with David Horowitz. He had over $10,000 in sales one day. That's outstanding. That's why we want to hold events like this, is it drives people downtown and delivers for our businesses. I hope to see this to expand. I'd love to see a farmer's market Friday nights. Something of that nature would be amazing. We will see what the future has. It takes someone to lead that. Right? We've set the policy. We reduce regulation. We set an atmosphere. We're about to put speakers on Main Street. We're going to be filling in the parking lot next to the Volt, the old J.C. Penney's hole that is there right now, and we'll be putting in a parking lot. It's a little over a $2 million project, but we will be finishing the downtown revitalization. So it's really exciting, the direction the future of Porterville is in, and I hope to see more of that in the future. Porterville Fair, it's always so fun to go with the kids. I crack up because my two oldest, you get to the fair and they're like, hey, buy me a wristband, give me some money, and they're gone. And then I still have my youngest, my 4-year-old, who we get to show around the fair, and so that's always fun, and going and seeing the animals and doing the rides. I also went to the cell. I donated to a lamb, a hog, and some rabbits. It's really just amazing to see how hard these kids work here in the city of Porterville. And then they're doing this auctioneering, and they learn what it takes to work hard, what it takes to sell. And they're going to take that for the rest of their lives and be successful in life from events like this. My only hit on the fair, and if the fair board was listening or if anyone wants to share with them, what I would love to see is local vendors back at our fair like it was when I was a kid. That would be amazing. That's a challenge. I don't know, because I don't serve on that committee. I don't know what the process is to make something like that happen, but would love to see it. The State of the City virtual format has dropped. It is on YouTube. It's about 13 minutes long. To the directors that were part of that State of the City, outstanding job. I think that was the best light that we could put the city of Porterville in and share what's going on in our community for all the masses of Porterville to see. Really exciting. And then yesterday we had the ribbon cutting for the battleship-themed playground, what we named the USS Porterville. This is in celebration of 250 years of American greatness, American history, and it is part of the great pivot that the city of Porterville is engaged in right now. Like I said already, we are reducing regulation. We're now performing 30 lane miles of self-performed street maintenance. We're building a community center. And the direction our city is in, I saw signs for Burlington Coat Factory coming soon. Really exciting times, and we know that there's going to be groundbreaking mid-27. We're going to see a Sprouts, a DD's, a Ross, a Five and Below coming in off of Henderson. And it's because of leadership from this dais and the hard work from city staff that is making this happen. And so my hat's off to you guys. And as we go through this great pivot, I just love to think and look at the future and can only imagine what the next 4 to 8 years is going to look like for the city of Porterville. So I just wanted to thank the city staff and thank my colleagues for all the hard work. Okay, with that, we'll move on to presentations. The I'm the mayor, I can still do one more. Porterville Fire Department, March 21st, they had a pulseless victim from a residential structure fire, and they had a post on Facebook today where they got to meet with that individual, and I just got to tell you, that has to make what you guys do worth every ounce of hard work, sweat, blood, and tears that you pour into your department worth it. I got chills when I was reading it, and it just, thank you. Thank you for the fire department. If you could share it with the guys and the women as well, of course, but we're just so proud of you guys. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to presentations. Economic review by Muni Services.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm pleased to have Mary De La Rosa on Zoom to give us a presentation on our sales and use tax. So with that, Mary, we'll turn the time over to you. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let me just, sorry. Trying to get it on the full view here. Okay. That's going to work. Everyone can see the screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. And my name is Mary De La Rosa. And just want to start out with just a little bit of the history of the company. Muni Services was founded in 1978. We work with over 100 California jurisdictions just for sales tax. You also see Numo all over this because we had a merger last year and our corporate name is Numo, but in California, we are still Muni Services. Our contracts are Muni Services with the state. Okay. We have been working with the City of Porterville for quite some time. We're providing sales and use tax and reporting services, as well as UUT. I won't be going into that except one little mention at the end. Our reporting services that we provide are quarterly reports. We meet with the city, finance, city managers group, economic development, talk about who the top businesses are, the trends. We have a forecast, a legislative update, and we also have reports for Measure I and Measure H. And then just wanting to mention the UUT services, the revenue for 2025 was over $244,000. That's revenue that we generated for the city. Our sales and use tax audit has generated over 3.3 million new and ongoing revenue for both the city and the districts over the time of the audits. Okay, I'm going to look at some different information here and quite a few charts. Let me know, if there's any questions along the way, of course. This particular chart is looking at, let's move this out of the way. Annualized percent change in sales tax receipts. So it shows the city, the county, and the state on here. The blue line is the city of Porterville. And for year-end cash receipts were up 8.7. The counties were actually down 8.7, so that's kind of unusual. And then the state was up 2.2%. And cash, these are just percent changes, can really, change from quarter to quarter, just depending on, the different things that are coming through. There could be corrections and things like that. So, okay, this is the economic composition by business segment. So went ahead and did this one pie chart here, and you can see, some of your larger segments, of course, are restaurants, your department stores, building material retail, service stations, and auto sales would be the top 5. This chart is just showing the top 5 categories. There are 6. The miscellaneous, though, is very small. These top 5 are 97.8% of the total. And everything's broken down into these 5 categories, or 6, I should say. General retail, which would be your apparel stores, department stores would fall into that as well. Miscellaneous retail. Food would include both your restaurants, food stores. Transportation is new and used cars, auto parts, as well as service stations. Construction speaks for itself. And then the business to business can be volatile, as you can see on this chart, with some one-time monies, or maybe they're not just one time, but a few quarters that can really kind of skew the numbers here. But, I said you were up 8.7 in your cash, but economically, once we take out any of those late pays and adjustments, you actually had a decline of 5.4%. And then these next group are also looking again at those 5, but we're looking at comparisons with a couple of other cities that are nearby. Tulare and Hanford. I was going to put Visalia on here, but they completely skewed the charts, so I decided to leave them off. The blue line is the city of Porterville on all of these charts. So you can see with general retail, of course, it's going to peak in the fourth quarter of every year, as you can see, with holiday sales. And just the growth, has been pretty similar to the other jurisdictions. Food products, again, Porterville. These are, food is usually pretty steady. Restaurants have typically been up recently. Part of that could certainly be prices. And this kind of, this peak here, this spike for Tulare was some food processing equipment that was purchased within the city. And so that was kind of a one-time money there. Transportation. Now, transportation has been down in most locations. You've seen, car sales. It really depends on the brand, on what we're going to see as gains and declines. And then, of course, gas prices. This is only through the fourth quarter of 2025. That's the most recent data we have. I should have mentioned that. But because of that, the gas prices were still down compared to the fourth quarter of the prior year. Obviously, when we have new reports for first quarter and for second, we're going to see some definite spikes with the gas. But also what we've seen, and I've been doing this for over 30 years, that when gas prices have been very high before, we've seen people pull back in other areas, particularly restaurants and discount retailers. And so that's what we have seen in the past. So we'll see if that does occur again. And then the construction, you're looking at building materials, wholesale and retail. These are pretty steady numbers. Tulare's got a lot more of the wholesale side. So I think there are some little bigger spikes there, a little more money. And then the business to business. And this one also looks a little crazy with this downturn on Hanford was some monies they had received and then we're taken back from them. So that's kind of what that is. But, you know, Porterville has had some good numbers coming in here, and we can talk about that as we go through the rest of the report. So each quarter, we provide a forecast to the city. So we are looking, I'm sorry, at your data, and what we're looking at is looking at a micro view of the economy. So we're looking at the businesses within Porterville. We certainly take into account what's going on, you know, in the country, in California. We also partner with UCLA Anderson Forecast. We have quarterly webinars with them. Their economists are great. They give us a lot more information on what they're seeing, but they're looking at that macro view. So we're looking at your businesses and making adjustments accordingly. You know, there could be new businesses, and it was good to hear, you know, and I think maybe we talked about some of these at our last meeting, these new businesses coming in that definitely will be added to the forecast as we know more idea of when they're actually coming and when they'll be opening. And so you can see, you know, in fiscal 25-26, the fiscal year that we're in right now, we have a 9.2% increase over the prior fiscal year. And that was some monies that came in, partly due to monies that came in that are not going to be reoccurring. And that's why you see the decline in the next year. And then some very conservative growth going forward is what we have typically been forecasting for all of our cities. We've been very conservative with, you know, a lot of different things that are happening in our country, in the world, and, you know, and how that's impacting each one of those jurisdictions. And this is just looking at the your 1% district tax. And kind of the same thing, you're seeing a gain in the current year and then the decline. The other district tax would look very similar to this. So I wanted to show you a list of the top 25 sales tax generators. They are in alphabetical order. We cannot release them in random or in ranking order. But you can see on the left is the city, what they call a Bradley Burns sales tax. And, you know, see, you know, the ones that you would typically expect to see on here. Of course, on the right is the district tax. And because it's a destination-based tax, it's handled a little differently. You can see, of course, Amazon. They're always big players on any city that has a district tax. So your residents and businesses shopping Amazon, they're paying that extra district tax, and that's coming directly back to you. Also, like Department of Motor Vehicle allocation is third-party auto sales. And then you'll see, you know, you can have dealerships on here that are not dealerships that are necessarily in the city, but wherever your residents go in the state, they cannot escape that district tax. So wherever they go to a dealership in Visalia, you know, just the local, they're going to charge them the rate of where they register the vehicle. And so when we look at more numbers on that, you'll see people buying cars all over the state, of course.
Hey, Mary, I have a question on that. Do you have the numbers that are tied to any of those as far as what they bring in? Or can we see what one of those are? Maybe like Marshall's store?
Well, that's confidential information. Anytime, you know, we have a name with the business, you know, and with the payment data, it's considered confidential. And so only certain people are supposed to be able to see that. Of course, you do have, you know, we have a, you know, confidentiality resolution with the CDTFA, California Department of Fee Administration. And so they're kind of strict on that, on who that's released.
Thank you for the legal side. Is that something that we could acquire and see in closed session?
I believe so. I mean, it is available to the finance department, to the city manager. They would see all
Thank you,
that.
Mary. That'd be something I would like to see, and I imagine my colleagues
Okay.
as well.
And I think part of the reason for the confidentiality is typically in cities, I mean, certainly don't want to release that necessarily to the public.
Of course.
But to, even with council sometimes, you know, if there's local business owners, you know, seeing some of the dollars, maybe we see specific things and not necessarily everything.
Thank you, Mary.
We could take a look at that later, yeah. Okay, so some of our forecast assumptions that I was talking about that are kind of impacting things and will be impacting our analyst that puts together these forecasts each quarter is looking at all the different things going on in the economy. And, you know, some of the ones that have been kind of hot issues have been, of course, tariffs and economic impacts. And that's not really impacting sales tax so much. There's going to be refunds to businesses and importers, but won't really move the needle on the sales tax side, unfortunately. Prices may come down slightly on that. AI, of course, is the big topic recently. And of course, you know, from what we know now with these data centers coming in, large energy uses and water usage, job impacts, of course, there's going to be some new jobs, there's going to be some lost jobs. And so we'll see, you know, how that plays out. We haven't seen any data on that yet. UUT streaming, I'm just mentioning that because it's kind of important as far as what's going on in the overall, you know, for your city, you know, having a utility user tax. That there was a ruling recently, it was the Santa Barbara case. They had taken, they were applying their utility user tax to Disney Plus, so to streaming, and they actually won. And the Supreme Court is refusing to hear the case from Disney. So this could be a lot of new revenue down the road, you know, if cities are applying that to their streaming services, because we know that, you know, the cable numbers are going down, but streaming is certainly going up.
That's interesting. I wonder if there's a precedent set with like the Amazons, the online sales, if they're going to tie that together. That's quite interesting. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we'll have to get some more information on that, definitely. Just mentioning on the gray-shaped economy, so this is kind of an interesting one. It's kind of a structural shift where there's a more aging population, specifically older generations, like the baby boomers, who have dominated consumer spending. And but that's kind of changing, certainly, but a lot of the younger generations are not purchasing as many things as maybe some of the older generations. They're into more experiences, not necessarily you know, those tangible items that could be taxable. And then oil prices, of course, that's really the big news right now. And from what the economists were saying is that it looks more similar to them, like the Gulf War impacts, and not like the crisis of the 1970s. We anticipate, you know, prices will come down when the strait is open, but I know that's a day-to-day issue, and so we really can't predict what's going to be happening there, of course. And then inflation, current inflation's really hitting American consumers, you know, where it hurts the most: gas and grocery prices, unavoidable, you know, for people. And then when prices are rapidly rising, you know, some of these, you know, we just can't help but notice that, right? So we're looking at that, and like I said, that, you know, that can really impact is particularly lower income groups, you know, where there's only so much discretionary income for any of us, but they're certainly hit a lot harder when it comes to that. So any questions?
I've been asking them the whole way, Mary. You've answered all
Yes,
mine.
no, that's great.
My colleagues, Councilman Rivas, do you have any questions?
No questions, but thank you for this great presentations. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I guess I would just leave it, Mary, at if we could get some of that information for closed session. I imagine you'll work with our city attorney or city manager to provide that.
Certainly, we can definitely do that.
Okay.
Yeah. And thank you for the opportunity again. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bye. Okay, with that, we'll move on to reports. This is a time for all committee, commission, board reports. Do we have anyone from Arts Commission? You met April 28th. I'm not seeing anyone. Youth Commission met May 13th. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. We'll move on to oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. I think you got to turn it on. There's a button. If it's green, you're ready to rock.
It would have been nice for you guys to acknowledge the shooting at the Islamic Center in San Diego where 3 lives were lost, by the way. Tonight, once again, we're being told there is somehow another $10,000 needed for the Heritage Celebration on top of the tens of thousands already requested and approved. Meanwhile, city departments are facing cuts, employees are worried about layoffs, and residents are being told there simply is not enough money. That contradiction matters. You cannot sit here talking about budget realities while continuing to treat public money like an unlimited event fund. You cannot ask employees to tighten their belts while the city council keeps finding more money for celebrations, street closures, and public relations events. The people of this city are paying attention. Families are struggling with inflation, rising costs for essential goods like food and gas, and housing insecurity. City workers are wondering whether their jobs are safe. Residents are watching services decline due to reduced manpower, and meanwhile, privatization of essential services looms. And yet somehow another request for more taxpayer money magically appears for the Heritage Celebration. More money to buy trinkets and coffee mugs that will end up in someone's yard sale. At some point, this stops being about celebrating heritage and starts becoming a question of priorities. Were all the true costs for this celebration disclosed from the beginning? Were the costs of security, staffing, cleanup, overtime, and street closures honestly accounted for? Or are we continuing to get these requests in pieces so that the real total is less obvious to the public? Because transparency matters, accountability matters. If the city is in such a difficult financial position that layoffs and departmental cuts are happening, then leadership should be setting an example of fiscal restraint, not continuing to spend public funds as though there is no limit. McCurvey states, even poor people have a birthday cake. Using that analogy, this has gone from a celebration with cake to one with bounce houses, clown shows, party favors, and pony rides. And frankly, the optics are terrible. You are asking residents to accept cuts while asking them to celebrate another check being written for cheap junk with a logo on it. That is not responsible leadership. Responsible leadership means distinguishing between what is necessary and what is politically convenient. It means protecting core city services before funding additional entertainment expenses like a UFC fight. The public deserves honest numbers, honest budgeting, and honest priorities. Because the question tonight is not whether our heritage should be celebrated. Of course it should. The question is why this council continues to find money for optional spending while claiming there is not enough money for the people and services the city actually depends on.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
My name is John Coffey, and my contact information is on record. As you can tell, I have been absent for the last several months. This has been due in part to outside issues. Back in December, right about the time of Bacchus, the Roman god's birthday, the mayor put out a message to his followers and closed out by asking for money. I guess he thought it was a good time to make that ask. More recently, I saw on Facebook that someone on one of the mimes had posted how CalPERS was broke. They are. Now, I received my retirement from them and was quite interested in that so-called information. Personally, I would love to be that broke, because as of the close of the market yesterday, May 18th, 2026, total market value for the fund was $624.69 billion with a B dollars. Now, just in case you might be thinking that 0.69% is nothing, it is in fact $690 million. It would be nice to be, it would really be nice when people spew such garbage that they would first check out the facts. Now, I know that would be inconvenient since it would not match up with their so-called thinking, because facts can be really pesky when they don't match up with the lies you're telling. I also know the city is, excuse me, is paying an extra fee to CalPERS, but the reason for that goes back many, many years ago when the city was underfunding their own system. By the way, we had a conservative council and city manager back then too. Bad deeds have a habit of coming back to bite. Thank you for, I hope, listening.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Greg Meister, the OG. Mayor, council members, city leaders. Back in 1739, a young lad was born in Scotland by the name of John Parks. Early on in his life, his family immigrated to New Jersey, which was one of the original 13 colonies. As fate would have it, the War of 1776 came along, and he ended up joining the Army. He rose up through the ranks and became a second lieutenant with the 2nd Regiment out of Hunterdon County, New Jersey, during the Revolutionary War. Now, I don't have a record here of any battles that he fought in or skirmishes, but what I do have in my hand here is the genealogical evidence and straight bloodline proof that you, Mr. Mayor, are the great, 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 great grandson of 2nd Lieutenant John Parks of the Continental Army. Wow. And I think this couldn't be a better year for you to submit your application and take membership in the California Society of the Sons of the American Revolution. And I might add, we were not descended from fearful men. I'll leave this with you.
Thank you, Dad.
Silly address on file. It's always a pleasure to see Mr. Meister. It's always a beautiful thing to watch father and son, man. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Great start to the meeting. You guys look sharp. I guess I didn't get the memo. I'm just here to give some information. So I'm a local business owner. There's been some things in the past I haven't had an opportunity to re-ask. There was the incident on November 17th, the unfortunate incident where the family lost their home. A couple kids may have lost their life, and an officer was gravely hurt. I know there was a fire report that was put on that, but is it the policy to have an incident report for what happened that night and lessons learned? Because I'd hope that we can figure out what could have been done different, if anything, to prevent a family from losing their home and somebody from losing their life and a sheriff's officer from being gravely injured. A few months ago, I asked there was a big hurrah about the layoffs. Yes, nobody's been laid off. I think, Mr. Vice Mayor, you mentioned this was, I still don't understand why we did it. I don't know why we did the consolidation. If I can get an answer, that'd be great. I know the report said there was not going to be any savings of money, so maybe if you can clarify that for me and the public, that'd be great. And lastly, as far as a study for the trash, I know this is going on. Another mention again was this clean fleets and us trying to get around my understanding of having to have electric buses. If you can just clarify, that's exactly why we're doing this. Why are we moving forward for an RFQ? What's the reason behind it? Again, that would really help me a lot in ways to understanding where we're going as a city. Lastly, something close to home is it kind of came to a head. The unhoused population has been not as much in downtown, but they're reaching my stores. And they're putting up tents and they're falling asleep in my parking lot, and I'm having to call the police, and we signed up for the trespassing enforcement sign, and we call and they come out, but they're making messes. These gentlemen and ladies are making messes, and I'm having to have the uncomfortable conversation of, do I have to buy PPE? Do I have to start paying my people a hazard pay because now there's things that are happening on my lots? And then I thought to myself, we have a crew that does that. I think they're the abatement team, I believe. Do they have all their PPE? Do they have everything they need? Are they being paid hazard pay? So I wanted to make sure I thought of them first. So I don't know what the solution is. It's still a problem. The unhoused thing is still a problem. It's in my front door. And in one of my stores, we're in a neighborhood. So I don't know if that makes it harder for the police to have to respond all over the community.
Can you give clarity of where it was?
1206 West Westfield Avenue and 957 West Henderson, underneath the overhang, underneath the old Oasis. There was an encampment there a few days ago. My hands are tied.
No, thank you. That's what I wanted. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Karen Anderson. Want to share a few thoughts tonight about the decision to hold a fireworks show where? In the middle of a residential neighborhood. Honestly, this is the kind of decision that makes residents question whether basic common sense is being used at all. We live in California. We live in an area that regularly deals with heat, dry conditions, air quality concerns, noise complaints, and fire danger. Yet somehow the idea of launching fireworks directly adjacent to homes, families, pets, traffic, and neighborhood streets was treated like a perfectly reasonable plan. People in residential neighborhoods are the ones who deal with the fallout. Terrified animals, veterans who suffer from PTSD, and residents sensitive to explosions. Smoke drifting into homes, blocked driveways, traffic congestion, litter, and public safety concerns. And if something goes wrong, it is not council members standing outside with a hose at midnight. It is the residents who carry the risk. This also raises a financial question that deserves a direct answer tonight. The public was told this fireworks show and UFC fight would cost approximately $15,000. Was the cost of street closures included in that figure? Were the costs for barricades, police staffing, public works employees, cleanup, overtime, traffic control, liability considerations, and emergency services included in that number? Or are taxpayers now subsidizing additional hidden costs beyond what was originally presented? Because too often this council presents a number to the public that sounds manageable, only for the real cost to quietly grow later through staffing, overtime, and city resources that are never honestly discussed up front. Residents deserve transparency before decisions are made, not after. This council talks constantly about fiscal responsibility, yet decisions like this make it appear that optics and entertainment are taking priority over practicality, neighborhood impacts, and honest accounting. A fireworks show belongs in an appropriate venue designated for large public events, not dropped into the middle of residential streets where the surrounding community is expected to absorb all the inconvenience and risk while a few select attend a party with free food and a UFC fight. The people of this city deserve better planning, better
Thank you,
judgment,
Karen.
and full transparency about where their money is actually going. Thank you.
Brock Neely, address on record. First of all, I'd like to ask that item 2 be pulled for transparency as to what is actually being purchased, where it's being purchased. You know, that's a violation of my First Amendment right. It is. Ask Visalia Unified. Where this money's being spent, what it's being spent on. The other thing is on item 18, the answer to guns on the streets is not more guns on the streets. Proof of that is what happened in San Diego. You know, just dumping more guns and more guns and more guns on the street does not help the problem. It harms the problem. The other thing is what you actually received was the Facebook post where our illustrious mayor says, somewhat true, CalPERS is bankrupt just like Social Security. Employees would be better off getting a match on a 401k instead of wasted on CalPERS. Like my husband said, CalPERS is shooting for record numbers. Last year, their return on their investments were 11.6%. I'd love to get that. On a 401k, mine's been dropping. It's what you see is what you hope you get, not what you see is what you get. But I see that the mayor is probably supporter of the Janus decision, probably is not a union member, just a Freddie the freeloader. He's got his. He doesn't care whether the city employees get their benefits or their CalPERS retirement. Yeah, smirk. Go ahead. We know how you are.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
My name is Jacob Walker. I'm going to sound like a robot because I'm just reading straight off what I wrote. I want to come up here today and express a concern I have. I found that there are flock safety cameras positioned in at least 4 points around town. If anybody is unfamiliar, Flock Safety is an American manufacturer of automated license plate recognition software, video surveillance, and gunfire locators. There are over 80,000 cameras across the U.S. Some of this may sound good in theory and on paper to a law enforcement official, but as a citizen, I worry about what the widespread implementation of these cameras could mean for individual privacy and our God-given rights under the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. I've grown up in a country that taught me China and Russia, communist countries, were bad for a plethora of reasons. One of those main reasons is the mass surveillance of their citizens. I cannot in my right mind be convinced that cameras on every street corner, watching our every move, would be good for us as citizens. There's always the possibility that at some point they may use AI to determine what may be considered suspicious activity. These cameras are a slippery slope. Independent journalists have already proven the cameras are easily hackable and are able to track individuals, their vehicles, their routes, and conversations. The company has claimed it just reads license plates. This has been proven false. Multiple, if not dozens, of instances of abuse by police officials and company executives have already been reported on. Everything from stalking exes and spouses to repeated and continuous viewing of daycares, playgrounds, and gyms. False accusations and arrests based on only the evidence provided by these cameras has occurred as well. And then Section 4 of Flock Safety Contract states the data does not belong to the city but to the company itself, and they have the ability to use it however they see fit. I see this as a problem. I'm sure you've seen the new federal domestic terrorism policy includes those who are anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, anti-Israel, anti-American, or anti-fascist. Not saying I am or am not any of these things, but having flock cameras on our streets puts any citizen exercising free speech in the crosshairs of an ever-growing fascist surveillance state. At some point, no one will be safe, not even you, the council members.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
That's all I got.
If you say, I will answer somewhat of your questions after oral communication's over. Okay.
Hi, I'm Sue Wright. I think my address is on record. And I brought with me today Julie. And Julie is part of a recipient of the Navigation Center. So I thought it was important to just start bringing people so you would understand just how people are flourishing there and what good things are happening at the Navigation Center. I've been working there the last, a couple years doing eyeglasses. And I met Julie, and Julie has a little story. So I'm not going to talk anymore to hear Julie's story.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Juliana Duran. I live at 358 Southeast Street, apartment 120. I grew up here in Porterville. I have a large military family. My whole family was, and then I married a Marine, so I left Porterville for a while, came back. Well, I ended up divorced and at the Navigation Center homeless. Nancy Palafox, which one of the police officers here in Porterville, took me off the river, took me to the program at the Navigation Center. Donna is so awesome. She runs a strong program. She puts structure back into us. She got me off of drugs. I'm 28 months clean. I have a home. So it's really awesome. I'm living a better life. I'm going back to school now. So I'm hoping that Donna continues this program because it's helped 10 friends of mine. We're all lived in the same apartment. We're all clean and sober. And so she's changed our life. That program is saving a lot of us people that were homeless. And maybe we were on people's properties for a minute, but I wasn't. I was on the river. I hid in the tree, so nobody knew I was even there. So it was really awesome, though. It was cool for a minute, but now I have a home. I got a better life. The Navigation Center has such strong structure. We have random drug searches there, whether we expected it or not. We have chores to do every day. We have responsibilities every day. We got to take care of our own pet that's on there if we take one with us. So it has a lot of structure. Nancy's in the program over there running it too now, and it's cool. So now we had the homeless team there, one member, and then Donna, and she's the best one of all of them. I just hope you guys keep her because she's really awesome. She's saving a lot of lives. She has a whole bunch of us there, and we're just doing great. And she still comes to our apartment and visits us and checks on us to make sure we're still in our house and we're doing what we're supposed to do. So she got us ready to be back in society, so we're acceptable again, and we're helping getting work, and we're going back to school. We're doing something positive. So we're not destroying our community anymore. We're trying to make it better now. So we just want to get back to our community, and I hope more people can go to the Navigation where they can get help and get the help they need and get off the crazy stuff that we did, because it's not worth it. It's a whole lot better life being sober. It's just awesome now. So I thank Nancy Pollock. She's the best officer that Porterville has. She saved me. She gave me my life back. Okay, so thank you guys.
Thank you, Julie.
Hello, Roland Ornelas from Classic Image. I just wanted to come up and say thank you. Thank you for the City Council, City of Porterville, Porterville Police Department, Porterville Fire, everybody that came out to support the car show. We greatly appreciate it. For everyone that went out there and walked around, loved it. We did have, like Mr. Rivas said, about 160 to 180 entries total. I think thousands of people up and down Main Street. It was a great time. No issues. Talking to the police department afterwards, we greatly appreciate their presence, and we didn't see no issues. If there is any issues, we'd love to find out about them and work on making it better. If we could start planning next year, because just make it better so it doesn't get involved with the Porterville Fair. Hey, all we want to do is what we did, right? Bring the people to downtown Main Street, have Main Street flourish, and that's all, and that's what we want to do for the love of the cars. It wasn't a lowrider show, it was a car show. You had hot rods, motorcycles, RC cars, we had bikes, trikes, trucks. I mean, everything was out there. I had guys that said, I've never brought my car out to a car show, and this is great. We helped out every step of the way, whatever we could. My team and I, we probably walked about 15,000 steps each up and down Main Street. But it was great, man. It was we started at 6:30 in the morning. We were the last ones to leave, and I went home, and I was telling a couple buddy of mine that I fell asleep, and it was like 3 in the morning when I woke up, but I was tired, but it was great. We loved it. We're ready to do it again. Whatever we could do, right? Again, so from the bottom of our hearts to the City Council and the City of Porterville, and everybody showed up, thank you from Classic Image. Hey, let's work on doing something better for the community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can you speak into the mic?
Okay, let me try that again. My name is Corey Wells. I'm the Executive Director for American Conservatory, and I also want to extend my gratitude and praise to everyone who helped make the Main Street Car Show such a success, including the city staff, the Public Works Department, the PD, and their professionalism, our brothers of La Gente, but especially the Classic Image Car Club team. The Classic Image Car Club team showed what true leadership looks like, with the first of its kind event on the People's Main Street, showcasing incredible lowriders, classics, and vehicles of all kinds. Their turnout was amazing, with more than 2,000 people coming to downtown to enjoy the day. Families of all ages and backgrounds came together for the cars, the culture, and community. And it was truly a beautiful, all-American car show. And that's the kind of unity I love to see. The restaurants that participated saw real business. One shared that they did double their average in sales on that weekend, and the majority of the people weren't even drinking, but the kegs were empty. That kind of success does not happen by accident. It takes organization, staffing, pride, and follow through. The Classic Image Car Club showed all of that. They were prepared, well-staffed, professional, and deeply proud of the culture they were representing. These are the exact kind of community leaders that we at American Conservatory support. Our goal is to help people bring good ideas to life, and the Car Club did an amazing job taking their idea and making it a reality. Over the years, American Conservatory has sponsored many other great events. We have mentored the launch of multiple, now fully independent charitable organizations that have turned their visions and dreams into realities. We want more of that here on Main Street. We want more civic leaders in Porterville, more local culture, more families downtown, and more reasons for people to stay, build, and invest in Porterville for generations. The Classic Image Car Club set a powerful example of what is possible when people lead, collaborate, and take pride in their community. They are a beacon of success for the city, and I hope that their success inspires more car clubs, more businesses, and more community groups to step forward with their own ideas and lead as well, because that is what Americans do. The American Conservatory looks forward to continuing to support the culture of local leadership and the people who make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Yeah, it's on. You guys hear me? My name is Hernan Ernie Cortez. I've been living in Porterville since 1984. I own 4 companies. I operate them all 4. The reason I'm here is 2 reasons. Number 1, I was notified by my lawyer to come in, put it on record about our motorcycle club that we're in. We've been getting pulled over a lot by law enforcement. For no apparent reason, they just pull us over because they believe we're in a gang when we're not. So he asked me to come in and put it on record. Second reason I'm here is I finally got my 501c, my nonprofit organization for the youth. I'm currently a member of the Move of God Ministries under Darren Garrett. I'm a minister in that church, and I work with the youth. We also have a record label, my son does, where we have a bunch of kids that come in and they record. We don't charge them. We show them how to do the music producing and the engineering. I'd rather have them in a booth than out here in the streets committing crimes. And this city needs something for these kids. My heart goes out to all the gang members, all these kids that need help. The majority of the employees that I employ are convicts that can't get jobs anywhere. And it relieves me and it satisfies me to know that I'm a part of them being able to pay their bills, feed their families. So I remember when Rick Carrillo was the chief of police, him and I worked together in a program called the Step Up Program, where we went out to the inner cities and we were reaching kids, getting them off the streets, away from the gangs. So I'm hoping with this 501c that we have, we're able to collaborate with the city of Porterville to get some grant money, get something to help these kids, to create something for them. Because we love our city, but so do they. They just love their city in a different way. And I believe that God has a purpose for them, just like he had a purpose for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez.
Good evening. My name is Christy Martin. I'm here on behalf of the Porterville Chamber. Our businesses have a lot of things going on in June, so I just wanted to take a moment to share those activities and to invite everybody to come and celebrate with our businesses. On Tuesday, June 2nd, we are having our first ribbon cutting of June with the Beauty Bar Salon at 12 p.m. So they're a new salon that's opening up here in town. She's really excited to welcome everybody out there. So we invite you to join us for that. Our next First Friday Coffee will then be on June 5th at 7 a.m. and it will not be at the theaters this time. Normally we're there, but this month it will be out at Eagle Mountain Casino at the Tap House. So it'll be a great opportunity to come and hear some updates from the casino and some of the things that are going on and are planned for out there. Then the next week on June 10th, we're going to be having a ribbon cutting with For the Kids Global Corporation. So they are a 501c3 here in town. If you guys are familiar with Jaime Gomez, he does wonderful work here in town with lots of different organizations. So come celebrate with us to do ribbon cutting for that nonprofit. Then on June 16th, we're going to be having a ribbon cutting for Sierra Hills, the retirement community. They're going to be having a grand reopening that day at 2 p.m. And then the next week, June 22nd, we're going to be having a ribbon cutting with AAUW, which is the American Association of University Women, and PC, Porterville College. They have a STEM program. I believe this year they're sending 27 girls. Sorry if I'm incorrect on that, but I believe they're sending 27 girls to PC STEM camp for a week this year. So we are going to be celebrating that with them. And then June 25th, we're going to be having a business after hours mixer, and this is at Eagle Mountain Casino in their event center. That will be at 6 p.m. This is also a multi-chamber event. Usually we typically have about 8 chambers in the region out there represented, so it's a really great opportunity to come and network, especially with other communities. And then with that, lastly, I just want to share that Porterville Chamber does still put on the Iris Festival. It did just undergo a new name and a rebranding a couple of years ago. So the Spring Festival is what was formerly the Iris Festival, and we're really excited to be bringing that back to you guys in the spring next year. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Interesting.
Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. Item 17 on consent calendar has to do with deferment of impact fees and such on there. I looked at that and sounded familiar, and I looked it up, and that was passed in 2012 when I was on there. And as I recall, I voted against it. And I voted against it because it felt like it was really more beneficial to the big developers and, you know, the people that really didn't necessarily need it. And I felt like it was a giveaway. Jim Winton, who was my mentor, we got in a heated argument about it, but he thought it was a good thing. So what I see what you've done with this, and I know what you're trying to do, but my gosh, it is complicated. It has situations where you have to reevaluate yearly the amount of, you know, value of or cost to the general fund, and try to come up with a payment schedule that apparently is I can't tell if it has a balloon at the end of it or if it's all fully amortized. So what I got to thinking is maybe we could streamline this. If the point here is to try to help people or encourage development, why don't we just give it to everybody? Why don't we just do a one-year deal with it and say, listen, we'll start July 4th of this year and give a tax holiday for these benefits and let everybody do it. See if it really generates the money that we think it's going to generate. And if it doesn't, then we evaluate it again whether or not we need it at all. The problem, again, is that it's on a 10-year schedule. Well, I do money lending. I don't do anything on a 10-year schedule. And the reason is because the economy can change a lot of ways in 10 years. So if you decide to do this, I suggest you put it on a 5-year schedule. The other recommendation is there to collection, that people don't pay these things. And we had that happen before with our small business loan. And what happened is it became a trust deed that could be bankrupted on, or worse, we just didn't collect on it. So if we are going to do this and we are going to come up with something, let's make it an assessment so it goes on property taxes so it automatically gets collected. What I didn't like is it reminded me of our small business loan program, where what was a small business, who got all the money was the auto dealerships and some of the good old boys downtown Porterville. And I remember there was a lady in there that wanted $1,500 for a hot dog cart for a small business, and she didn't qualify, and the millionaires did. And so I think if we're going to do this and try to make this equitable, give some latitude to the city manager to maybe streamline it and come up with some solutions that benefit everybody, not just kind of the favored few. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Adrian Moraga, 1071 West Grand Avenue. I just had a question. They brought up number 2. I was looking at that as well. We're going to have a great Flag Day ceremony in the morning. I'm a big fan of USC and fireworks. If it's coming out of our tax dollars, I can't wait for the event. I'm stoked to see it. But I don't believe you're asking for extra money, right? Is that what I understand as I'm reading it? And I believe the road closure would be involved in the money we already asked for. But I just had a question on that. Again, I'm stoked to see it. But what I came up here for was for Councilman Beltran's number 15. I really like that one. I read that one, and I hope there's no problem that one going through. Like there, programs like that really help people. I believe that those people that are out there homeless and, on drugs get the help they need and do become contributing members of society. I think that's the ultimate goal, and things like this on number 15 would help for that. So I hope that goes through. That's all I got for tonight, fellas. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Wendy Ferguson, Porterville, California. Last week, Mr. Meister commented about the 218 process and how the notice is written in little bitty writing and how it's intimidating to the average citizen, and then how to work on being more transparent when we do these things. Well, I'm not average, and itty bitty things don't intimidate me, so I'll read the little bitty writing in the public notice regarding the rate increase to you. The City of Porterville is committed to providing high-quality, reliable solid waste service at the lowest possible rates for its citizens. The city's residential rates, which are among the lowest, if not the lowest in the region, have not been increased since 2006. Since that time, costs have increased significantly due to both inflation and the need for the city to respond to new solid waste management regulations, including but not limited to AB 341, AB 1826, and SB 1383. It's critically important for the city to continually maintain, repair, and improve the assets it holds and keep pace with ever-increasing operating costs and regulations. The city's Field Services Refuse Division is projecting a substantial revenue shortfall resulting from the lack of a rate of increase over the past 17 years. To address that shortfall, a rate increase is required. In addition, the city needs to replace a significant number of its refuse vehicles, upgrade its recyclable materials and green waste transfer station, and make improvements to both its administrative and maintenance facilities. Furthermore, the city needs to roll out residential organic collection service to all residential accounts, commercial accounts, and organic waste collection services with a comprehensive review of all accounts. This will require additional vehicles and drivers, as well as administrative and analytical support staff to manage the city's compliance with SB 1383 and support the operation of the city's solid waste services that are in line with industry standards for safety, customer service, operational compliance, and operational performance. Sounds pretty transparent to me. Absolutely nowhere in there does it say or imply anything about outsourcing. And since two of you were in the study session beforehand, you know that even the consultant didn't think it was necessary. One thing they did say was that outsourcing shifts our responsibility off to a private hauler. Is that how you want to run things now? Shifting our problems off to someone else because no one wants to deal with it? Because that's basically what this boils down to, doesn't it? Mr. McCurvey, you said that good leadership is about assessing the problem and then facing the problem. So what's it gonna be? Face the problem and figure out how to deal with it, or sell out at the expense of our citizens and employees? When the city was struggling through the 2007-2010 recession, we cinched our budgets up really tight, and we stepped up and did the extra work. We didn't eliminate entire departments, we didn't whine and point fingers, and we certainly didn't sell the farm. That's good leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson.
Grant Wagner. We'll lighten this up a little bit. We had a fair this last Saturday. We had a car show this last Saturday. I just wanted to remind you that the folks out at the Tule River Parkway, and I'm part of PCAN, it's the Porterville Community Action Network. We had a rock painting event. And about 6 months ago or so, our group wanted to be involved with community events and community give back a little bit, and became aware that that we could adopt a garden out there. And so garden number 25, the Willow Forest, it's huge. It's huge. We've been putting a lot of work into that, and just coincidentally, we had the other two big events happening this last Saturday. Had about a dozen of our volunteers come out and put this thing together, and to our surprise, we were just so overjoyed. We had 75 people show up to paint rocks. We had grandparents. We had parents, we had children, we had grandkids for 4 hours. It was great. It was really good. Anyway, we'd like to continue to participate with the garden and with other events in this city to make this city what it needs to be. So, just wanted to share.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Great job. Okay, with that, we'll move on to council comments. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I have a few. Mr. Wagner, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate that. I mean, I think that's where everything should be. I think with your leadership and your focus on that, I mean, I support you 100% on that. And that's where I'm a nature kind of guy, and I love what you just explained to us on the intercom. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. In regards to the CalPERS, you know, CalPERS is, I'm a CalPERS also. So, you know, CalPERS goes up and down, up and down. What is actually happening with that is that anytime you participate with CalPERS, it's an employee-employer contribution. So we have to pay back what the previous administration was not paying into the CalPERS. That is what we have to do. It's by law, and if CalPERS decides what they want to do, they can pretty much take our general fund. So that's why we have a city manager that's working hard to take care of that, because it used to be $500,000. Now we are at $6 million that we're paying that the previous administration did not pay. So CalPERS is not bankrupt. It goes ups and downs, and it loses millions of dollars, billions of dollars, but they have a 100% safety net. So with that, you know, it all depends on who you elect at CalPERS to make sure that the investment is up to par. And as of 2004, 2005, it is at $558 billion and at 79% funding review. So it's not that it's bankrupt, like I said earlier. It's about when you participate with CalPERS, the city has to pay its fair share, and they were not paying it. And that's what was discovered during the audits. So I just want to make that perfectly clear, and I'm sure whoever that statement was probably twisted in a way where it was bankrupt, and it's not. It's not bankrupt. So with that, I just wanted to say that. Also, in regards to the Navigation Center, that is such a beautiful, excellent story, and I think we need to focus on stuff like that, because you do matter, and you are a community of Porterville. So I'm glad that you're there, and I'm glad they're teaching you life skills. You know, and in regards to Mr. Cortez, I'm glad you have your 501c. I'm glad you're doing the great ministries for these children, because we need to pull these kids away from these gang life. We do, because they are part of society also. So with that, I commend you with that. Thank you for speaking up, Mr. Corey Wells, on your representation of who you worked with. Also, Mr. Ornelas, Classic Image, thank you for everything that you guys have done. Wendy Ferguson, the 218, that's something that we might want to look at a little bit more in regards to that. So, you know, it just, sometimes people go out there and they speak things that they really don't know what they're talking about. And that's where out there in society. So we need to stop that. The people that know what's happening is what we are told, but this is the things that we're starting to find out from the previous previous administration. So, you know, we don't know everything. We don't. But we're trying to fix what they left us with. And that's the best thing that I can give you in response to that. Quit blaming us for 15 or 20 years of nonsense that was going on. And rest assured, I'm not going to put my name or sign anything that is not going to be the betterment of the city of Porterville. It's just not. So, and I know My colleagues are doing the same thing, but we were left with the mess. So please, please, you could be shaking your head. You don't know the numbers. We've seen the numbers by the 4 audits that we requested. You don't. So with that, I'm just going to leave it with that. If I have a phone number, a city phone, give me a call. I'll make time to talk to you about it. On confidential information, I can't, but things that I do know, give me your concerns, I'll write it down, and I'll do the best I can to get the best answer for you. That's the best I can do. With that, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Councilman Beltran.
Let's see, there was quite a few different things I wrote down. On the informational videos, the fire department will be doing a presentation in our next meeting. There'll be more information to come on that to address after-action things and public awareness. So there's going to be a great informational, educational video coming next meeting. The homeless encampments, I got calls about that too. I passed them down to the chief and the city manager to have the proper departments look into some of those issues that were brought up. I want to briefly talk about the link request money. The city already funds the Kingsview of the Navigation Center in general. We support those. These funds are a little bit different. They're supplemental money that help out with 2 different programs is what the request is. I'll mention it now because it's a consent calendar item that might not get discussed. But they're each $5,000 request. One is going to be specific to reunification program. And we have one already that is getting people back to where they're from if they're not from this area. This is a little bit separate. I started this when I first got onto council. We're doing it without any funding. We were asking for donations, and it got to be kind of expensive. But what it was is minors aren't allowed at the navigation center because there's a low barrier to entry. So they don't check records if there's somebody there that might have just a designation that the minors cannot be around. But what we did is we were going across the street. There's a local church that let us use their facility, and we were doing like Mother and Father's Day events. Part of it was just getting them back connected to their families. When you're homeless or you don't have resources or places to gather, we thought that was really, as the lady earlier spoke to, it's really important for people in the area to reconnect and rebond with those family members because that's going to be the quickest way to help them get out of their situation, not just financially, but emotionally and all that. And so part of this money is continuing those programs. It was mentioned there, the Kingsview gives us the invoices. We verify to make sure that the monies were spent properly. But it's for that local reunification of families. We want to reconnect them with their local families. So that's part of that. Now, I asked for that, I think, my first year on, and that's lasted almost 4 years. And so they're pretty frugal with it, so it's going to last a long time. And then secondly, the other one is, in the other 5,000, the request will be is, there are items that aren't paid for. I'll give you an example, like they want to start a community garden. So as the lady spoke to, they have chores, they have different things, some life skills, things that they can do, accountability. And then like we do, like when it's really hot, there's no beverages out there, so we do ice and water. Very minimal cost, but ice chest. There's no shade, so minimal canopies, a couple of canopies just to have the people that are underneath the shade, because sometimes you're out there for long periods of time. So this is just to supplement some of the efforts that are already going on that there's not money allocated to. Part of the LINK subcommittee is we fundraise every year, and we just make enough to kind of pay for our bills, and there's never really anything extra. And so this request hopefully will last, again, hopefully 5-6 years to supplement some of these little extras that we just don't quite have the funding for. And so I just want to explain a little bit for that. The city already supports the overall programming. This is the supplemental for things that aren't designated as considered care. If that gets pulled or we need to discuss it more, I just want to kind of explain a little bit more in detail what that's for. And that's all for now. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Councilman Beltran. And do you know what we pay Kingsview annually?
I did ask for that because it can fluctuate a little bit. I want to be 600.
Around 2 million, right, annually?
600,000, it depends on if we're doing infrastructure, if there's, like when Smart
Oh,
Team was there.
great example,
So
with the
it-
infrastructure building right now.
Right, so it just kind of fluctuates, but I would say minimum is 600,000 roughly. And it can go insurances, different, with the armory part of that. I mean, the number fluctuates, but it's definitely not.
I just like putting that number out because it's not just the $5,000 that we're spending. The city
Oh, it's a
is-
lot. It's significant.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay, Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Yeah, I just, for those out in the audience and listening, may have just joined us, if you really want to get a comprehensive look at the finances and the discussions, the deep, long discussions that we've been having, look at the last few meetings. It's all online with charts and graphs and discussion. So if you're still not understanding that, please go back and watch it again. It's great to see everybody here. I know since COVID, this place used to be empty, and it's great to have all you guys here. And all the engagement is really welcomed by all of us. We appreciate all the input that we get and the feedback that we get from everyone. I would encourage you to go back and look at those finances, because this council has done more to put that before you and before the people than any council in history of this city. It's out there for everyone to look at. Be careful how you interpret some of those numbers. I think you can reach the wrong conclusions. The CalPERS discussion is misleading. If the city is paying $5 million a year out of the general fund, and I think it's up to $6 million now, and they're having to pay back at 30 years what they weren't paying back, that's $150 million coming out of our general fund over the course of those 30 years. That could be spent on all sorts of things. And that's just going to fund the shortfall from the past. Now, it doesn't mean that those guys aren't getting their retirement. It doesn't mean that CalPERS is insolvent. What it means is the city got way behind, and now in the catch-up period, and Raymond was quick to point out, the catch-up period is already 10 years in. Yep. So we've already put 50 million in, and we got another 100 million to put in over the next 20 years to get it there. So I'm not sure what that number is, the general numbers, but we talk about this up here because we want everybody to understand that that's nearly 20% of our budget that just gets taken out. That's our tax dollars. And when you look at those structural issues, the other structural issue, just to reiterate, was that we weren't paying the benefits out of the paychecks of our people for 10 years also. And then now that's been uncovered. And so we're going to spend the next 30 years paying that back because that wasn't paid. So there's some structural issues that we're trying to get out to the public and help you guys understand. But they're numbers with lots of zeros. These are $1 million issues. That's the structural issue when we talk about the city, because we have to look at the long term. When you look at the short term, like how we support the Navigation Center, how we support the rescue mission, and how we do our civic events, those are much smaller things, So you're talking about it takes 40 times what one of those things is that we do for the community to even make a dent in one of those structural problems. So I think that's what Councilman Rivas was trying to say, but go back and look at those videos, because the information is out there, and I'm always available too. You can always call me. I come out in the audience periodically. A lot of people don't want to talk to me because they don't want to engage in the detail, but I had some great conversations last week over finances, and I would encourage you guys to be a little bit more open-minded about it and not run away. I love what you guys are doing in the Pecan Network down at the Willow Gardens. I went down there and wished you guys a Merry Christmas at Christmas and got the Happy Holidays retort because you guys are so angry. But I love what you guys are doing. The mayor and I and AJ were down there for the ribbon cutting when we extended that down there. That was a no-go zone, 2023. Couldn't even go down there. The progress that this city has made with all of the staff and all the people in the community pulling together, and mostly through Kathy Capone's leadership, that place is turning into a place for us to gather and enjoy in the center of our town, and it's really good to see. I love that report, Mr. Wagner, because we got people going down there and using it, and we want to continue to develop it, and we want to continue to build it, because if we occupy that, it's not going to go back to the way it was. And you guys do a great job down there and getting the families together and the kids together. So I want to say thank you. We were down there planting trees last year, so We really enjoy it too, so thank you for that great report. We've been down there several times. The Christmas thing was a lot of fun. I'd like to thank all the staff and all the professionals in our city that make these events that we do possible. We're very thankful for all the first responders that keep us safe at these events, and we're thankful for the professionals in our city that continue to deliver on fixing our roads and providing parks and leisure for our kids and family and things to enjoy. We are delivering in our community, and we need to pull together and celebrate that success. We need to continue to build unity through those successes. With our special downtown district and other areas around our great city, like the Parkway, we need to continue to build unity. The car show event had a great vibe. And it's really, it's important that we look at the positive things, and that people were relaxed, people were having a good time. It was the most relaxing time that I've had downtown in a long time. People were having a good time. It's unfortunate sometimes that things don't go right, but it went really well. And I have some stats on that. It was refreshing. And I recommend in the future maybe we coordinate with the fair so there's some good synergy. I don't think it really takes away from the fair, but it'd be nice if those things work together better. You know, the Bible teaches us to love one another, right? Encourage one another for unity. And it also says, be wary of those that are pushing division. Be wary. We don't need to be pushing division. Let me give you a couple stats. The brick and mortar stores downtown after this entertainment zone doubled their sales, all of them, and more. The security was a non-issue, and I'd like to make a recommendation, Mr. City Manager. I know they did this down in Louisiana, and we had an increase in, you know, anti-American and terrorist type of behaviors. I've been writing about this in the paper, but we need to tamp down the violence, right? They have these bollards for safety down in Louisiana they put up, and so we spend a lot of time, resources, and energy, you know, blocking the streets to do these events. I want to look into getting some bollards that are easier to turn on and turn off in our city, and look for some grant money to see if that's something long-term that we could do to really facilitate the things that we're doing downtown. I also want to make a couple of other points. The leadership from the volunteers and the people at Classic Image and those groups that were mentioned, it was uplifting to see how engaged they were and lifting everybody up everywhere. And I went around on my bike and talked to everybody, and it was just a great event, and the music was refreshing, and it just seemed like it was something that everybody could enjoy. I know we need to probably review the amount of money for the wristbands, but I want even if we lower it, and I'll make this suggestion too, when you pay for a wristband to drink alcohol, that's your contract that you're going to behave yourself. You don't want to give it away. $10 is probably too much, but we may want to revisit that. And along those lines, I think we got a formula here, because if the downtown businesses, the bricks and mortars made money, and the other vendors made money, we got to protect that, because that's a big success. And we haven't been able to unlock that formula. This one kind of unlocked that formula, and I think there was a lot that went into that. There was a lot of hard work, a lot of good leadership, but I would like to make a suggestion that we bring that ordinance back, and I think to sustain the gain, that we should lock this in for prohibiting any alcohol from outside sales. Only the existing brick and mortars that are on Main Street that have an ABC license should be able to sell alcohol. I want to bring that back and look at that as an option to protect those brick and mortar stores, because we don't want people to just start coming in and, you know, bringing their own alcohol, any of that stuff, or even someone coming in and trying to sell on the street. We don't even want those brick and mortar stores to sell it outside. We want to sell it inside, because that worked. And you really had the family vibe, because these are establishments that are already in compliance with ABC. You can go inside and have a drink, and then you decide to take your drink out with you, that's fine, but it's still a family-centered environment when we stick to that. And I want to guard that in our ordinance. So I just wanted to make those statements about that, because I think it was a great success, and it looks like we created some revenue for the city. I noticed that all the numbers are not in, but I got a report that said that the American Conservatory actually lost money on this. but the city made a couple $1,000 off of it. So we should probably review that in the ordinance too, to make sure that we have that set right. Because there are some other programs that are very successful. I know Christy Martin was here earlier. They have the wine hop. It's a great event. They do that in the fall. And the way they have it now, you have to dump the wine out before you go outside because you can't have it on the street. But there's an ABC concern there because they sell a ticket and then they serve the wine in the private business, which I think is allowable. We'll have to review that. We just want to make sure. But you know, if we make that an entertainment zone, we have to contend with that ABC concern because we can't be giving away wine with tickets in places that aren't ABC certified. So we have to wrestle with that as we develop this entertainment zone. We don't want the success of this one to go against the success of some of the other ones. We want to try to make it work for everybody. And so I know that we can do that. I just wanted to make those statements and thank my colleagues for, you know, taking the risk and taking the chance because no risk, no reward. And I think it was a good risk. This is a difference between a gamble and a prudent risk. A gamble, you're throwing the dice. But when you get good people and good leadership and committed people working together to get something done, there's always risk. But it's prudent risk because you take all of the variables out of it. And we did a good job there for our city, and I just want to say thanks to everybody that was supportive of that. That came out of the downtown committee. And really appreciate everybody that participated and made that a success, especially our staff. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. And just for clarification, are you motioning that we look at the downtown entertainment zone to add that, or are you just requesting that?
I want to look at those things. If we need to make a vote to bring it back, we should do. I would make a motion for that.
There's two ways, right? He can make a motion now, or he could request it later. I think
It's not urgent, but, you know, I think, to your point, we could just put it back on a future agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think message is sent, and it's something that we could look at. You know, as you talk about that, I think of like clubs like the Eagles Lodge. You know, they're not part of that district, but, you know, will we open it to them? They have an alcohol license. You know, I just, things that I think of if we could get more community members involved, but it'll be a good discussion to have in the future. You know, I gotta take the moment and thank my dad coming in here and giving me that information firsthand. Wow, just amazing, right? Gave me chills. You went with the OG, and I was thinking about this as you said that because you don't use words like gangster. So I know it was an original gangster, and I thought, I wonder if he means the original goat. Then I thought, no, he's never been the mayor, so it can't be the goat. And so it's original Greg. I'm guessing that's what it is, right? You are absolutely right. We are not descendants of fearful men. I love you, Dad. Thank you. Tahasale, we are going to get an update on the fire prevention. And then with the homeless encampments, I saw our captain, Clower, was taking down notes on those addresses. But I think that it's important, as soon as you see it, say it, text me. You have my number. I think you have all of our numbers, and because we want to clean it up just as bad as you. And we can't see everything. I know we everyone puts it on us like we're seeing everything, every pothole, but as a community at large, we all have to contribute. And so to wait 2 weeks for this moment, I say as soon as you see it, give me a text and we'll go to work on it right away. If it is on the on-ramps or off-ramps, that is state property, but we are in the process of working an MOU out with the state to be able to go in, or are we already done with that?
We do have an agreement with Caltrans, yeah.
So it's something that I've been working on, and so we want to be able to go in and not have to wait for Caltrans to come in and do that abatement. We want to just get it done because it beautifies our city. But it takes a collective effort to deliver, and so I just put that back on you, sir. Mr. Walker, the flock camera system. I saw a recent post on Twitter about the flock system and the AI and what's going to be coming of it. And it's frightening, right? This big brother system that, I mean, if you could think of guys like Stalin or Hitler who had technology like this today and what they could do to take out citizens that would resist is frightening. But we live in the days of digital data, and this flock camera system has been a very valuable tool for our police department in solving crime in our city. And I would go a step further to not make a conspiracy, but to add to the concern. And that is, you were reading from your cell phone that you searched up that information on. There are apps, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, Google. They're all monitoring everything you do, and they're taking your data and they're selling it without your consent. And so that information that you're talking about is out there, and it is at large, and they're selling your information. And so what I would add to this, and a chance to even see it proven, is look up, it's free on X. It's called 2,000 Mules, and it's about the 2020 election. And what these people did is they bought the voter data information from every swing state in the nation, and they then went to Snapchat and bought the data for the tracking on cell phones, and they tracked individuals going to headquarters for the Democrat Party and getting ballots, and then going and ballot harvesting and stuffing ballots. And it's really an amazing documentary. You have to watch it, and you can see how they stole the election over time. It's called 2,000 Mules, and it was actually 2,000 individuals that went more than 20 times to drop off ballot boxes. And it goes even further, and it was all data that they were able to just buy from Snapchat. And so that tracking information is out there, and I'd just like to place that back on you and go and look it up, and you can see it yourself firsthand. We could talk more if you'd like to reach out to me, and we'll have that conversation. Okay, with that, we'll move on to, and my business card is right out there if you don't want to Google search it. Okay. With that, we'll move on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. I'd like to poll agenda item 11 for conversation. Does council have any other agenda items that you'd like to poll?
If I may, 2 and 14.
2 and 14, okay. So we have 2, what was it again, 14?
Yes.
2, 11, 14. I'll go ahead and poll 15 as well. Okay. I'll go ahead and make the motion. The motion is to go forward with consent calendar, removing 2, 11, 14, and 15.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Passes 4-0. Okay, moving on to our first scheduled matter of the evening, City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We typically offer a break at 8:15 if the council desires. If not, we'll proceed with the 6 scheduled matters.
How does council want to go forward? Do you guys need a break, or you want to keep rolling? Yeah, I'm good for now, too. Amy wants to go home, I can tell. Let's keep rolling.
Sounds good. Mayor and council members, before you tonight is a proposed amendment to the city's existing development fee payment plan program. As the council knows, the city has a deferred fee payment program in place for many years that allows eligible developments to pay certain development fees over time rather than entirely up front. The original purpose of the program was to do 3 important things. First, encourage economic development. Second, reduce barriers to investment. And third, support businesses and housing growth within the community. Over the past couple weeks, staff received questions regarding 2 areas of the existing program that were not clearly defined in the current resolution. The first involved affordable housing eligibility requirements. The existing resolution references low and moderate income housing, but it does not currently define how many units must be affordable or how long those affordability restrictions must remain in place. The proposed amendment clarifies that at least 51% of the units must be restricted for low, very low, or moderate income households, and those affordability requirements must remain in place for a minimum of 10 years, secured through a recorded agreement approved by the city attorney. Staff looked at balancing 2 objectives. 1, encouraging affordable housing development while still making projects financially feasible. A 51% threshold ensures that the majority of the projects serve low and moderate income households, while avoiding a requirement so restrictive that it discourages participation altogether. The recommendation was also intended to create a clear and objective standard rather than leaving eligibility open to interpretation on a project-by-project basis. The second item relates to establishing a uniform early payoff incentive program for participants in the deferred fee payment plan. Under the city's current program, developers already have the ability to defer development fees for up to 10 years without interest. What this amendment proposes is a standardized methodology for participants who voluntarily choose to pay those obligations off earlier through a lump sum payment. I want to emphasize that this is not designed to waive or forgive development fees. The city is still financially protected under the proposed structure. What changes is the timing of the payment. The proposed methodology is based on present value financial principles tied directly to the city's average pool investment earnings rate. The intent is to recognize the financial benefit to the city associated with receiving revenue sooner, improving cash flow, reducing long-term collection risk, and reducing administrative tracking over many years. While the policy framework establishes the methodology and safeguards, staff also understands the importance of seeing how the calculations would function in practice, and we have some examples that we'll share with you in just a little bit. Staff also understood the council's concern regarding future large-scale projects potentially taking advantage of the program. To address that concern, the proposed resolution includes a safeguard requiring city council review and approval for any early payoff incentive exceeding $100,000. Additionally, staff tried to think through a variety of potential future scenarios as part of drafting the amendment, including changing economic conditions, inflation, interest rate fluctuations, and future large-scale development projects. One example of that is the proposed 3.5% cap included within the resolution. While the methodology is tied to the city's pooled investment earnings rate to create a rational financial basis for the calculation, the cap encourages the program. The cap ensures the program does not automatically become more generous during high interest rate environments unless the city council chooses to revisit the policy in the future. Staff also intentionally structured the program to remain objective, transparent, and administratively consistent rather than relying on negotiated or discretionary fee reductions. The goal was to create a policy that treats projects consistently while still preserving council oversight authority for unusually large incentive calculations. Overall, staff believes the proposed amendment appropriately balances the council's support for economic development and affordable housing opportunities while also protecting the city's long-term financial interests, ensuring fairness and consistency, and preserving the integrity of the city's development impact fee program moving forward. I also want to recognize the outstanding collaboration and input from our Acting Director Dignam and Acting Director Zavala and our City Attorney on tonight's item. It's staff's recommendation that the City Council, one, adopt the draft resolution amending Resolution Number 37-2012, establishing a uniform early payoff incentive program for the city's development fee payment plan, and clarifying eligibility requirements for multi-unit housing developments for low and moderate income families. And two, authorize the finance director to establish administrative procedures and calculation methodologies necessary to implement the early payoff incentive program in accordance with the adopted resolution. At this time, I'd like to ask Acting Director Dignam to briefly walk the council through several examples of early payoff calculations so the council and the community can better understand how the proposed methodology would function under different scenarios.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present. This presentation uses a working example to illustrate how the program would function in practice. Tonight's action could add a new tool to that program, a present value early payoff option that benefits both the developer and the city. Before we get into the numbers, it is important to establish what this program is and what it is not. For the authorization, the Early Payoff Incentive Program amends the existing resolution, number 37-2012 payment plan. That plan has been in place since 2012 and currently allows property owners to spread development fee payments over up to 10 years at zero interest. The new program gives participating developers an option, not a requirement, to pay off their remaining deferred balance early in one lump sum and at a modest discount. The city benefits from receiving money sooner, improving cash flow, and reducing long-term collection risk. The developer benefits from a reduced total obligation. This is a critical point for the record. It is not a fee waiver. As stated in Section 14 of the resolution, this program does not waive or eliminate any adopted development impact fee. The discount is based on present value math. It reflects the time value of money, not a reduction in the fee itself. Uniform and fair. The same standardized calculation applies to every participant. No special deals. Every eligible developer is treated equally under the same formula. This slide summarizes the 6 most important sections of the proposed resolution. Eligibility. Any participant currently enrolled in the development fee payment plan may voluntarily elect to make a one-time lump sum payment to satisfy their remaining balance. This is optional. Calculation method. The early payoff amount is determined using a present value methodology. Future scheduled payments are discounted back to their value in today's dollars using the city's pooled investment earnings rate. Discount rate cap. The finance director sets the applicable discount rate annually based on the prior fiscal year's pooled investment earnings. The rate capped at 3.5% per year. For tonight's example, we have used the maximum allowable rate of 3.5%. Full payoff only. The incentive applies only to full satisfaction of the remaining balance. Partial prepayments do not qualify unless authorized by a future council resolution. Good standing. The applicant's account must be current and not delinquent at the time of the payoff request. And the council threshold. If the calculated incentive, meaning the discount amount, exceeds $100,000, the transaction must come back to council for approval before it is finalized. As you will see in tonight's example, the savings fall well below that threshold. This slide walks through the 4-step present value calculation. The formula shown is standard financial math used in government accounting and municipal finance. The total project development fees in this scenario were $222,222.22. I had to just pick a number, and so I tried to make it easy to follow. The first installment of $22,222.22 was collected at the time of the permit issuance and during construction. The remaining balance subject to the payment plan is therefore $200,000 to be paid over 9 years. Divide the remaining balance of $200,000 by the 9 remaining years, that gives us $222,022 per year. For each year, we calculate how much that future payment is worth today. The formula is 1, divided by 1 plus the discount rate, raised to the power of the year number. So year 1 is 1 divided by 1.035, which equals to 0.96618. Year 5 is 0.84197, and then year 9 would be 0.73373. The factor gets smaller each year, meaning money received further in the future is worth less today. If we multiply each year's payment of $22,222.22 by its discount factor, year 1 becomes $21,470.75, year 5 becomes $18,710 with 51 cents, and year 9 becomes $16,305.13. Add all 9 discounted payments together, the total is $169,059.70. That is the early payoff amount, the lump sum today, that is financially equivalent to receiving all 9 future payments. In plain terms, the city is not giving money away. It is accepting the present-day equivalent at what it would have collected anyway, just sooner. This table shows the complete year-by-year breakdown of the calculation. Each row represents 1 year of the remaining 9-year payment term. Reading across, the annual payment of $22,222.22 is the same every year. The discount factor decreases each year from 0.96618 in year 1 down to 0.73373 in year 9, reflecting that payments further in the future are worth less in today's dollars. The present value column shows what each year's payment is worth today after applying the discount. The cumulative PV column shows the running total as we add each year. By year 9, the cumulative total reaches the $169,059.70. This is highlighted in red as the final row and confirmed in the totals bar at the bottom. The savings to the developer shown on the bottom right is $30,490.30, or approximately 15% of the remaining $200,000 balance. I did not include the remaining balance column in this version of the table. This slide summarizes the complete picture for tonight's example and confirms resolution compliance on 4 key points. We provide the summary of the numbers, the total project fees, the first installment collected at permit issuance, that's the assumption, remaining deferred balance on the payment plan, the remaining term, 9 years, the annual payment under the existing plan, the discount rate applied for this purposes of this is 3.5%. It's the maximum allowed under Section 7. The early payoff lump sum, and the developer savings, approximately 15%. The incentive amount is well below the $100,000 council-approved threshold established in Section 12. The finance director may finalize the early payoff agreement administratively without a return to council. Before any offer is extended, staff must confirm the applicant's account is current and not delinquent as required in Section 11. The 3.5% rate used tonight is the maximum permitted. Upon adoption, the finance director will formally establish the applicable rate for the current fiscal year. The final payoff figure may differ slightly if a lower rate is established. And this offer can only be applied to the complete remaining balance. No partial credit is available under the current resolution language. And finally, the last slide. If the council adopts the resolution tonight, this process moves through 4 steps. Council adopts the resolution establishing the early payoff incentive program and its standardized present value methodology as city policy. Step 2, the finance director formally establishes and publishes the applicable discount rate for the current fiscal year based on the city's average annual pooled investment earnings for the prior fiscal year. The finance director also prepares the standardized calculation worksheet referenced in Section 9 of the resolution. The city issues a formal early payoff offer letter to the applicant. Participation is entirely voluntary, and the applicant has the option, not the obligation, to accept. If accepted, the applicant remits a lump sum payment of $169,059.70. Upon receipt, the city records full satisfaction of the deferred fee obligation. Staff is available to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dignam. You know, just for clarity, and there he is, the honorable councilman. Okay, so the Honorable former Councilman Greg Shelton, you said earlier that you didn't vote for this, but you did. You voted for it? Did it really? Yes, sir. Yeah, it was a 5-0 vote, McCracken, Hamilton, Irish, Shelton, and Ward. So I want to put that out there because you set this policy that we're looking at here today. So, yeah, so I just want to throw that out there. I have my own thoughts on CalPERS, just like Social Security. But with that, thank you for the presentation. Great work. The only thing that I would add before I hand it off to my colleagues is a pathway to appeal to the council through this document so that we still have that capability to show discretion. But I like the direction we're going in here. I'll pass it off to the council if you have any comments.
I just wanted to say, great job. It's very simple, time value of money, well done. I like the way you laid it out, made it simple. Everybody can see it now, too. We want to encourage development, but the thing that we're always struggling with in California is the development fees are so high. And so we want to encourage that development. Now, the issue here is this loan, and you know, we have $100 million in paper assets that on average return about 3.5%. If we have a development, it goes against what we can earn in interest on that money. And so if we do a small business loan to defray the development fees, it adds to the leverage against our assets. So the example here is right now we have $85 million in leverage against our $100 million in assets right now. So, you know, we got to be careful that we don't overdo this. And of course, this is not for the big multimillionaires that we heard from the comments, but the thing is, you do want to have some incentive to free up that lending power, and this is a good, fair way to do it. And it's a way to, if you have someone that's making a development, you help them with that development, and then they want to do another one, they can finish that payment and start another one. I like this as a creative solution. It solves probably a small problem, but it makes it easier for us. We had someone approached us and asked us if they could do this, and we said, well, let's look at it, and we're looking at it. Thank you for putting this together, Clayton. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Megan, for all of your input. It was kind of just an off-the-cuff thing to try to do this, and it looks like we're going to make it happen. Thank you much for all the details and all the time you spent on this.
The floor is open. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was really nice. We just recently talked about this in closed session, and it's nice to actually see the framework of it because we were kind of doing the math in our head when we had the discussion. So it's great to see the overall package of what it looks like. My only concern that I had with, and I shared with the city manager, was that if somebody could take advantage of something like this, let's say they build something and it's the $100,000 threshold, that's $99,000, and they have a deferred plan, but then after year one, they say, I want to pay it all off. It's a $15,000 savings on their side and kind of a hurt or a hit to the city. Now, my understanding is our development fees are actually kind of artificially low, considering now the regulations are high from the state, but it's our local development fees are actually pretty low considering our other, regional cities and their development fees. So my concern with this is that although the $100,000 type developments are rare, they do add up. And so I'm kind of concerned that somebody could take advantage of, hey, I want to pay this off long term. After year one, they come back and they say $15,000. And I appreciate we want to get money back in our coffers so we can then, deal with our budget issues. But I also don't want to kind of shoot ourselves in the foot by getting a 15% discount that when we're looking at, privatizing some of the stuff we're doing in planning and engineering because maybe we don't have enough funding to support those departments. And so there's a two-side to this problem, and it gets very nuanced. So that was only my concern on this one was over a long period of time. Let's say if there's $100 million, $10 million, I don't know exactly what the numbers are out there on loans, that if you get across the board and do a 15% cut, I mean, now you're talking millions of dollars. So I'd hate to hurt our city that way, but and that's why I appreciate the deferred one. You look at was $169,000 in actual money. So we're actually losing money when we have these long-term programs. That's why this came to us. Let's get this money back sooner. if there's a way to close that loophole that somebody couldn't take advantage after year one, and it kind of, in some ways, hurts ourselves. That's the only concern I had with it, was maybe like a 5-year minimum. If you're gonna do a deferred, that there's like a 5-year minimum that you can't pay it off within that first 5 years, because again, we're kind of hurting ourselves. So that was the only problem I had. I discussed that in closed session. I just want to discuss it in the public, that I'm just kind of concerned that we could hurt ourselves on that one particular part.
Oh, it's a good point, and we did have that conversation in closed session. Something I was thinking about after that conversation in closed session was inflation, and what inflation does to the dollar over 10 years. And if you wait that 10 years, it actually may be a loss, right? So it's a double-edged sword. You're absolutely right. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, thank you. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Well, yeah, to Mr. Beltran's question, do we have a risk? I mean, Mr. City Manager?
Well, it's tough. I think what this amendment does is it's geared to improve cash flow, right? We want to get the money now, and that there's an incentive to get that money now. We could, if the council wants, put a 5-year requirement, if that's the desire of the council. That's an option that we can consider. But to your point, these developers, it's at their discretion, right? We're not going to force them into it. It's an incentive that we'll offer to them. They have to agree to it, and from the city's perspective, it's about getting the money sooner than later, so we can invest it in projects now, and.
Well, it's an incentive for developers too. I mean, if the developers see this and they start taking advantage of it, the council with staff's support and direction can
Bring it back.
Can bring it back, right? If we get to a point where we're like, hey, whoa, this is actually going to hurt, but this is a double-edged sword, as Councilman Beltran has pointed out. At the same time, if that's happening, we got a lot of growth going on. It's a good problem to have. So currently, I support this. That's my position right now. And if we have to draw back, let's do so in that moment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. City Manager, and I appreciate the candor of the honesty. And, as long as the city council has the authority with the direction of the staff and the lawyer and Mr. Bingham, I would support this. So I just want to say thank you and all your staff, the lawyer, yourself. What a great presentation. You're very articulate on it. Your presentation was great. Each tablets that I seen and all the charts, along with the summary and your findings, along with the key findings in your report. I appreciate that. I mean, it changed my mind. I just had that one question that Mr. Beltran brought up. But with that, if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion and go with staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Before you make those motions, gentlemen, I'd like to make a motion over you before you finish there, and that is to amend, to add a process to appeal to the council if the developer isn't happy.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'd like an amendment to this with
like a side letter?
Yeah, and the staff are very talented, and
Of course.
they'll draw this up very easily.
And that's
but
what-
a process to appeal to the council.
And that's what I explained to Mr. City Manager, that if, with his direction and the staff, as long as we have the teeth to bring it back with their recommendation, we can review it again. So
Okay.
I did put.
So
it on record.
you're okay with that amendment
Of
on
course.
your motion? Okay, we have a first, second?
Of course.
Okay, is there any other conversation?
Just the last comment, and I'm for this too. It was just maybe evaluated like in 18 months to see what that finance looks like from the finance department. I think that'd be good just to double check, and if we're moving in a good way, then keep it going.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, we have a first and second. Let's call for the vote.
Fernando?
It crashed.
It crashed.
Try it again.
Negative. Verbal?
Let's go ahead and
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rivas,
Aye. Yes.
Councilmember Beltran,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey,
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 18, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item is authorization to purchase patrol rifles and ballistic helmets, and I've asked Captain Clower to provide the staff report.
Honorable Mayor, members of council. Law enforcement agencies throughout the nation continue to experience incidents involving heavily armed suspects, active shooter situations, and rapidly evolving critical incidents that require immediate response by patrol officers prior to the arrival of specialty units. The Porterville community experienced one of these tragic incidents on April 9th, 2026. Additionally, San Diego just experienced the same situation or similar situation yesterday. In response to the evolving public safety needs and national law enforcement's best practices, the police department is requesting authorization to purchase 17 patrol rifles and 65 ballistic helmets for sworn personnel. The acquisition of patrol rifles and ballistic helmets is consistent with recommendations from nationally recognized law enforcement organizations, including the International Association of Chiefs of Police and the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. Patrol rifles provide officers with enhanced accuracy, improved range, and increased stopping capability compared to the standard issued handguns. These tools are critical for effectively responding to high-risk incidents such as active shooter events, armed barricaded suspects, and extended range engagements commonly encountered in rural or regional environments. Ballistic helmets provide essential head protection against handgun rounds, fragmentation, and blunt force trauma. Equipping patrol officers with these tools ensures that first responders have the necessary equipment to immediately engage and neutralize threats to protect lives within our community. The police department is requesting authorization to purchase 17 Giselle Super Duty L11.5 SBR patrol rifles chambered in .556 caliber from ProForce Law Enforcement in the amount not to exceed $20,986.74. In addition to the police department is requesting authorization to purchase 65 PASGT Level 3 ballistic helmets from Executive Distributors International in the amount not to exceed $18,642.24. ProForce Law Enforcement and Executive Distributors International provide discounted firearms, tactical equipment, and body armor to law enforcement agencies through established cooperative purchasing programs administered by the Purchasing Cooperative of America, PCA. These cooperative purchasing contracts leverage high-volume purchasing and satisfy the city's competitive procurement requirements. The rifle and helmet quotations provided by ProForce Law Enforcement and Executive Distributors International include applicable sales tax and reflect discounted law enforcement pricing available through the cooperative purchasing program. Funding for these proposed equipment purchases is available within the police department's asset forfeiture fund and will have no impact on the city's general fund budget. Recommendation from staff is that the City Council approve the purchase of the 17 Giselle Super Duty L11.5 SBR patrol rifles from ProForce Law Enforcement in the amount not to exceed the $20,986.74, and approve the purchase of 65 of the PASGT Level 3A ballistic helmets from Executive Distributors International in the amount not to exceed $18,642.24.
Thank you, Captain Clower. Bringing it back to the council, I'll go ahead and take the lead on this. You know, it's amazing to hear people come in here and say the answer isn't more guns when we live in the most heavily armed nation in the world. And like it or not, the guns are out there. The bad guys have them. We just had a shooting in Main Street where a sheriff officer was slayed in our streets. He was murdered in our streets by a long rifle, a gunman. And their community members going to come out and say that our officers don't need these tools. It's quite ridiculous, to say the least. I'm surprised that we don't have these patrol rifles already. I'm surprised that our officers don't have shotguns. I think that there's things that we need to outfit our police officers with, like ballistic helmets and the proper tools to go to work in their field. One thing I really love about this is it's not coming out of the general fund. It's coming out to the Fortune for Fund, which is no impact on the general fund. It's outstanding. And I fully support it, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to go forward with staff recommendation. I'll pass it off to my colleagues. It's open.
This is a no-brainer. A second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Is there any other comments?
Just briefly, I saw that the, both companies have the, went through the cooperative purchasing program, so they're pre-qualified for the stuff that we're looking for. I just wish that we had had an RFQ just to get bids, you know, because I know the money's not coming out of our general fund, but there's a lot of things for the PD that we'd love to be able to purchase for you guys. But I would love to have seen other bids just to see. And I did have a one-on-one meeting with the chief a couple of weeks ago, and he explained that he had done a lot of research. So I trusted that he tried to find the best deal we could. It was just nice to have seen what other bids could have come back at.
My staff researched this heavily, and the rifles are the lowest price through multiple bids.
Excellent job. It's just not on here, so I just want to clarify that you guys did do great homework, but it wasn't in here, so just they're doing an excellent job being a good stewards of the funds. And I'm supportive of this as well. Bandit Second Amendment, you know, I think a lot of the things we see that make the news are more of a mental health issue, not so much a firearms issue. But given our budget constraints, you know, we can't afford to pay law enforcement probably what they should be paid. Least we could do is give them the tools that they need to do their job, at least in our community. And so I really appreciate this coming for us, and then also that where the funding is coming from, that it's going to be utilized in a positive way for those that are confiscating these things. So thank you for this report.
Okay, we have a first and second. Is there any other comments? We'll call for the vote. Roll call.
Call vote. Councilmember Rivas.
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye, passes 4-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 2. Councilman Beltran, you pulled it. Go ahead, sir. It got hacked. You all right if I skip you there, City Manager? We're going to get to business.
So yeah, I just pulled this item just for some clarification. You know, like I said, I was out at the fair, got to see some great people, was hoping to engage in more conversations, but I think by the time they came by our booth, people were tired and wanted to go home. But we, you know, I passed out some great merchandise for them to enjoy. There was a water cup, chip clip, keychains, some sunglasses, a little like stress ball type thing, and canvas bag, and some pins. So kind of some really neat, and it was all unique to Porterville and the 250-100 celebration. I know we had initially funded some items earlier in the year of roughly $6,000, and we're about halfway through our inventory, and I know we're kind of getting to the meat of events in our community, and so I know this is coming back to kind of restock and maybe get some additional items for that. The reason I pulled it is I'm supportive of doing this, but at not this price, that's all. I just have concerns with a lot of other things. I know I have some items on here that I'm requesting for funding for that aren't just a one and done year. But so that's, again, we already funded a little bit. We're funding a lot of these, the celebration and a lot of other aspects, whether it was the newly christened, I guess you'd call it, because it's the battleship, playground, and some other things that we're spending a lot of money on. I just think this is a little bit bigger of a ticket item that I wouldn't support with this price tag. Maybe a half of that is a little bit easier for me, and that's the only reason why I pulled it. It wasn't completely against it, just the price tag.
No, thank you, Councilman Beltran, and thank you for giving us a number. Vice Mayor McCurvey, I know this was something that you motioned for.
Yeah, it's not to exceed what we requested, so I think it fits the bill. So I appreciate your comments. And, you know, we do give out money. You know, Raymond's we're gonna talk about that one next, about the money that we gave to the rescue mission and the money that we have given to events around the city. The amount of money this is not very much, and compared to the structural conversation we're having. These are two different conversations for the audience to understand. We have a duty to go out and serve the public and serve all of these things, and that's the civic pride and the spirit of our city. And we do that on a very small number of dollars. And I just appreciate your, all the concern for those dollars too, because I share them. But we do need to spend them on the right things at the right time, and we may disagree on what that is sometimes, but I think it's the right thing to do, and it's a good conversation.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
You know, I support this, but, you know, things nowadays are high. So what you used to buy for $1 is no longer $1. So I think 5,000 would have been great hadn't the inflation in this country gone up so much. I remember back in the day, you can get yourself a Big Mac and feed a family for a good meal, but now that ain't happening. That is not happening. So I think 10,000 is appropriate because things are just high nowadays with gasoline.
Hey, I just want to interrupt you because I think it costs $16 for a churro now.
Yeah, yeah, yes, sir, it does. You know, I remember it's just expensive now. So if
You triggered.
yeah,
Well, no, it's meant to shock and awe. That's how much a churro costs at the fair, $16.
Continue on, Councilman Rivas.
well, you know, I remember I would like to go to McDonald's and buy myself a 99-cent tea, but now it's almost $2. So it's just it's needed for the community. I like it. I know people might say, well, you know, this is a lot of money. It's not a lot of money considering what we spend on gasoline nowadays, and especially diesel. My goodness. So with that, I totally support this. If it was 10,001, I might have a problem with that. But for right now, it's just fine right now.
You know, it's a fun conversation. We're going to celebrate 250 years, and we're going to have a bunch of celebrations all throughout the summer. Hopefully we don't spend the whole amount, Raymond, but it's money well spent.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate all the comments. I'm going to make a motion to go with staff recommendations.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's call for the vote. Passes 3-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 11. And I'll go ahead and take the lead on this. City Manager, this has to do with our roads. We had an agenda briefing, and something I've been very vocal about is I want to focus, and Robert, you were part of that agenda briefing. I want to focus more on corridor roads other than pedestrian roads, or maybe that's not the right word. What would be the right word there? Not pedestrian roads, but...
I believe it's local streets.
Local street, okay, yeah. So I want to focus more in on the corridor roads. And so some in my district, really would like to see added on Henderson in between Prospect and Newcomb going westbound. That road, I'd really love to see that paved this next year. Now, I know we did a section up to about Denny's from Prospect to Denny's, so it won't be the whole thing, but would love to see that finished all the way through to the intersection at Newcomb. And then I'd like to see Prospect, Henderson to Mulberry repaved as well, focusing in on those corridor roads in my district that are really hammered. I know that there was some sacrifices that I'd make in my district to make that happen for those the certain roads, the public roads, I think you called it there. Is it something that you have that you could put up on the screen, or are you just going to talk into the mic here?
I think based on that direction, we will take that into consideration and revamp the list if that's the desire of the council. I think we can make it happen. We'll have to always trade-offs, right? And so an adjustment.
I appreciate that, and what I would echo to my colleagues is because these are lined out in all of our districts. It's equally put out in our districts, and so I would challenge you to, especially in the future, look at the roads that are being projected and then consider the corridor roads that are falling apart and are throughout the city, and look at sacrifices that you can make in your district to fix those corridor roads that everyone travels. That's my opinion. So yes, if I could get that amendment in my district, I'd greatly appreciate it. And if the council would support that.
I would support that, Mayor. And you know, there's a rule, one of the roads is close to my house. It's a very strange rule. The FPPC has a rule that if it's within a certain amount of feet, I think it's 500 feet, that I can't vote on it. I can't represent my district. But, you know, I'd be willing, based on this conversation, and I know we'll be able to do that road at another time in the near future, I would be willing to sacrifice that road for the road that has more traffic and it's going to get more use. So I'd be willing to trade that road on that report if I could still vote on this, or I'll just recuse myself.
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor McCurry. That's very kind of you. I mean, he could do that, right? If he's not voting on it and the road's no longer on something that he's voting on.
If council decides to remove or trade that road, then and it was no longer part of the project, he could vote on it. I don't think he can personally make the motion to change the project because it currently has.
Okay, then
That makes sense.
I will, part of my recommendation is to remove that road that he was just talking about and apply that asphalt to the Henderson project. Okay? Thank you, sir. Okay, with that, that's all I have to add. Is there clear direction? Councilman Beltran,
I was just to know if it needed a second.
I don't believe I heard a second, so if we can get a
okay,
second.
so there's my second. We have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Is there enough direction? Yeah, okay. Okay, passes 3-0 and abstain. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 14.
Want me to take it?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, thank you, Mayor. So yeah, this was just, there was some comments earlier made that were part of my concerns too. Initially, I had voted against this, and I was hoping maybe there would have been an adjustment to this, but I have a lot of concerns. I raised them to the city manager in our briefing, with it being in the residential area, again, the expense, knowing that 2 weeks later, we're gonna have a larger, more robust fireworks program than we've ever had before. So that's the reason why I pulled that. I didn't want to just rubber stamp it. I still had my reservations on the expense and the location of it, and so that was it.
Okay. All right. I'll make a motion to go forward with staff recommendations. That's what I have to say. Do you guys have any comments?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, first and a second. Councilman Rivas?
Yeah, I just have a real quick question before I go with your guys' motions. Has the fire department already reviewed this?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they recommend that it's safe?
Yeah, the fire marshal signed off on it. And the fire marshal is Mr. Dignam, if you'd like to ask him any questions regarding that.
No, I'm good with that. His word is golden, your word is golden. So that's all I have to ask. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, we have a first and second. Let's call for the vote. Passes 3-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 15. I pulled this item just only for the way that we fund this project, or not project, but what is in here, the homeless reunification program. But something that you were really highlighting is it's separate from what our police department is doing. This is more towards getting families together at the navigation center. In my notes, I wrote down that we spent around $2 million at the Navigation Center, and we are expanding restrooms, cafeteria area, showering area. So really great things going on there. I support this. The only thing that I didn't like was the way we're funding it, because you stated that you wanted to use, or you wanted to take the $5,000 that was for the local initiative navigation center, which was council discretionary funds, and you're wanting to use the city cannabis community benefit program funding. And so I would like to see this come out of the council's discretionary funding, like we did in the past.
Yeah, the only reason why part of it I would like to come from the cannabis, because we haven't utilized all those funds, and this wouldn't affect our general fund, because that's a separate fund that has money there versus taking it from the general fund. So that was the reasoning for two
Okay.
different.
As far as the process in using the cannabis community benefit program funding, my belief is that it's supposed to go through the cannabis committee, and then the recommendation is supposed to come from the cannabis committee on how we're going to spend the cannabis committee's funds to the council, and then the council makes that decision. Is that correct, city manager?
Yeah, in the program, there's, for nonprofits, we have a nonprofit program with it for the cannabis community benefit program. We also have a small business program as well.
Yeah, so I want to fund it, but I think that it would be best to come from the council's discretionary funding. That's my opinion on it. Do you have comments?
No, I share those concerns. You know, I know that we did all vote unanimously to give to the Porterville Rescue Mission. If they decide to give that money back, that's a separate issue for me. I do think this should come out of the general fund, just like the rescue mission did, just separate those so it's clear, not connected. And I think that the Cannabis Community Benefit Fund, it actually, based on what you're saying and also the process, you would be taking away from other funding that would be able to go to 501c3s and the businesses. So I think both of them should come out as $5,000 each one from the general fund, much like the one we just discussed, same thing. And I'd vote for that if it actually is coming out in that simple way. Let's leave the Porterville Rescue Mission out of it, and let's leave the cannabis community benefit out of it, and just take it out of our discretionary funds, and I vote for that.
Okay?
I'd make a motion that we do it that way.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Mr. Beltran, you wanted to make a comment?
I'll save it. Well, no, I was just going to say, I'm fine with that. I just thought, this is why when we had moved the whole remainder of the fund from the cannabis to the reunification, I wanted to leave some in there for potential items that, something like this. But if this comes from the discretionary fund, I appreciate that ability.
Okay?
Yeah, I just want to say, I support this, and I, you know, with me and Mr. Beltran on this link program and this Kings View homeless reunification, you know, we see a lot of positiveness, and I think, and I do support that it's coming out of the discretionary, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was not aware of the inner mechanics of the cannabis funding and so on and so forth. So with clarity on that, I was going to vote on it anyway, but I was going to seek clarification. But since you clarified that for me, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. And I support Mr. Beltran on this item right here. So with that,
Okay.
I'll motion. I'll put that second motion on that.
Okay.
I think that's the first motion, right?
You did the first one.
Oh,
I'm the
okay,
second.
so there's the second. We have a first and a second. No other comments?
No.
We'll call for the vote. And so the motion is to go from council's discretionary spending.
Correct.
Yeah, and we'll bring the item back and have a resolution for that.
Okay.
Requires it.
Okay, passes 4-0. Councilman Beltran, thank you for what you do on that committee. It's a lot of work, so.
Raymond.
Right back at you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 1234 reports. Councilman Beltran, Link Committee.
All right, nothing too exciting, but we're always doing great things there. So there were a few new faces there. We welcome back Nancy Palafox, who was with the PD. She started out with the Navigation Center, then went to the SMART team, and then she's now back at the Navigation Center. So it was great to see her there. And not missing a beat. All the clients know her. And in fact, talking about the reunification program, we are always looking for a third party to help us out with this reunification program. And because she worked with the PD and she knows the funds and the mechanism, she worked really hard. I think it took her 3 weeks, but she was able to reunify somebody who was here in Porterville back with their family in Ohio. And so, again, those resources are really coming to fruition, and it was great to see that. There were a couple of members there, so it's great to see getting the word out there and getting to see some new faces. So that was a welcome introduction. The minutes were approved. We went over the budget. There was just a couple little items. I think a $250 donation from the Believers Church, a $100 donation from the Zonta Club, and that goes specific to women's hygiene and undergarments. You know, there's such a need in that area, and so thank you to the Zonta Club for their continual support. That's a monthly donation they make.
That's awesome.
So that was the budget. The update for the Porterville Navigation Center there was the total that they've had there come through their doors, 4,042 individuals. And just to give it an idea, from last month, that was 42 individuals came through the Porterville Navigation Center and slept there and got resources as far as an overnight stay, because there's two parts to it. There's the bridge housing, that people may stay there for a few weeks, maybe a few months, and there's an emergency where people may stay for one day. But I just want to give that update. In 1 month, it was 42 individuals that sought shelter there. Continue use of the showers and restrooms. Everything's going smoothly there. If you happen to drive by there, this is the old Citrus School behind the Foster Freeze there on C Street, and you'll see the new expansion of the kind of a kitchen communal area, and then the showers and restrooms that will be permanent. And so you'll see, to the mayor's point, of this investment that the city is making towards the homeless. I know a lot of people think that maybe we're not giving enough resources or misusing the money, but I'm keeping an eye on it, and we're doing the best we can with the funding the limited funding we get from the state. We're not one of the 11. There's 11 key cities in the state that are guaranteed millions of dollars, and unfortunately, well, billions overall. We are not one of them, unfortunately. The Link Service Subcommittee, we talked about, these are the ones that does all the fundraising events and the programs outside of Kingsview, and specifically the Tulare Kings Homeless Alliance. They're the ones that see the operational function of Link and the shelter. But the subcommittee is all the volunteers that are constantly hustling week in, week out, monthly, yearly, to get donations. And so we talked about a lot of the needs, and thank you, my colleagues here, for supporting this, because we talked about there's no signage on the fences so people know the hours of operation, when the showers are open, when we're having our Link events so they can come and see extended services like haircuts and medical needs. There's animal services, so we give vaccinations. Emotional support animals are huge in the homeless community. And so these are some of the things that the subcommittee works on to find barbers, find medical personnel, dentists. We had a volunteer come up and they do eye care. This subcommittee is just relentless in working with the community and other nonprofits to supplement all the different services, because it gets very expensive. And when these people can volunteer their time, their treasure, their talent, it's a burden off of the city. So we appreciate all of them. We're actually going to have a meeting tomorrow, and J&R Meats will be there. They're going to help us this year with our dinner, drive-through dinner. It's our big fundraiser that funds us through the whole year. And so we're hoping to have a much larger presence and hopefully fundraiser this year. I think, actually, that was pretty much to summarize that meeting. Our next meeting will be June 3rd, and that's across the street on the Thurman Conference Room upstairs. And love to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Rivas, do you have any other comments on it, or?
No, he pretty much, Mr. Beltran echoed everything that we've done and he's done with the Link program. Yeah, we would love to see you there. I was not at the last meeting. I had some pressing things, but Rest assured, Mr. Beltran is on top of it, and he will give you the right information and for this homeless, because he's very dedicated to that stuff. So with that, I'll pass it on to you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Okay, Tulare County Association of Governments, TCAG, met today. Yesterday, but I was not able to attend. Councilman Rivas.
I attended, and real quick, nothing new to report.
I will take that. Okay, moving on to oral communication. This is time to address the council on any matter. You have 3 minutes.
At 8:02 this evening, Mr. McCurvey said, "Be wary of people who divide." Less than 10 minutes later, Mr. Meister is up there screaming from the dais that the Democrats stole the election in 2020 based on a totally debunked movie called 2,000 Mules. Let me read what that said. The film relied, has been heavily challenged and widely debunked by election officials, independent fact checkers, data experts, and the courts. The film relied on not so great geolocation data from cell phones. It accused some people of being ballot mules, and they actually found out that those people were legally dropping off ballots for family members, which is allowed in some states like Georgia. In fact, we had that across the street from the police department in the last election, and it wasn't Democrats doing it, by the way. The group behind the film, True the Vote, later admitted in court it did not have evidence supporting some of its ballot stuffing allegations in Georgia. In 2024, filmmaker Dinesh Souza publicly apologized to a Georgia voter falsely portrayed in the film, acknowledged that some information used in the documentary was inaccurate. The distributor of the movie removed it from its platform and issued its own apology as a part of a defamation settlement. No court, state investigation, or official audit has validated the film's central claim that coordinated ballot mules changed the outcome of the 2020 election. Multiple Republican-led reviews in swing states also failed to find evidence of fraud on the scale alleged. Quit dividing people.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
My name's Steve Kimbrough, live in Porterville. The wristbands at $10, I think that's cheap. It helps pay, the expenses that kind of flow out. And somebody's writing a paycheck to the police and cleaning things up. And $10,000 for the swag. Okay, how about $5K for the stuff you're going to give away, and take the other $5K of that, buy some decent product, and sell it. That'll be a neat thing to do. So the whole thing ends up costing nothing. And also, if there's money left over, I'd like to see that go to buying rounds for the police department for their new rifles. They've got to get used to it. I know ammo costs money, and it's not in their budget, right? You have to train the people so they're comfortable with the tool. If you aren't comfortable with it, why have it? Right. And also, for charging for things. I grew up here. I remember paying $1 to go out to the fireworks when it was by Porterville College. It was a donation, but it paid for the cleanup and the students' time to clean up the facility, which is where the money went. So with that, try making some money for us too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Corey Wells. I just wanted to come back up here and share. I like the idea of reducing the fee for the wristbands for the city got a lot of sales tax revenue off of the increased business, and I think that makes up the difference in concerns. When that first was brought out as an idea, I thought it was a pretty good idea to have a $10 wristband fee for the city to collect. But as we kind of broke it down and planned out the event, it didn't make a whole lot of sense for the organizers, and especially if the event's a lot smaller, it can be a lot more difficult depending on the size and scope of the event. And so I think that's it would be important to look at that ordinance and improve that. Um, I want to comment on just some of the public commentaries. It's just really unfortunate that members coming to City Hall, and all they do is speak with impunity against this council and other members of the community doing good things. There's no solutions being brought forward on actually helping the community or improving anything. It's just all attack, trying to discredit and say you're wrong. I mean, and especially with the budget, I mean, I bet most, maybe only one person who comes to this council as a member of the public knows where to find where the balance sheet is in the finances. I bet none of them know where to find where the balance sheet is. It's out there, but I'm sure they're gonna have to phone a friend to figure that out. But you guys have been putting in the hard work for well over a year and dealing with just some of these nasty people who clearly have nothing better to do other than be negative and not bring anything positive. And you guys are soldiers, and continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Hey guys, it's Alexis. I live here in the city. Great idea on the farmer's market, Mayor. We really need one. We're like one of the only cities I know that does not have a fresh farmer's market. I do think the city massively needs one. I wanted to talk about the PC graduation. It was awesome. If you guys missed it, the keynote speaker was amazing. He was like formerly incarcerated, totally changed his life around. It was really inspiring. And the whole stadium was packed. Like you couldn't even walk around. It was crazy. I do have a question, and I'm hoping you guys can answer it in your comments. What is going on with the lights at Main and Orange? They've been blinking for like a cool month now. And every time I go there, people get mad at me because we don't know how to work a flashing red light. So maybe we could just figure out what's going on there and let us know, because I don't know why it's out. Maybe it's like working. I don't know, but it gets really frustrating when I try and take my kid to daycare in the morning.
Yes,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. I just wanted to respond to what you were saying earlier. I understand that my phone spies on me and collects data, and I work towards minimizing that regularly. As for crime solving, I believe there's more options than just militarization. You can invest in youth, small business, financial literacy, jobs, homeless management. So some of these things you guys are doing. All of these things help to reduce crime. Mass surveillance and more guns are only going to lead to higher tensions between a governing body and its people. I believe history has shown that before. It's like, I feel like it's like you're bleeding, you got a cut, and you just cut yourself in a different spot to try to fix the first cut. That's it. That's about
Thank
all
you,
I
sir.
have to say.
Age Moraga. Sorry, I blanked out. Real quick, the wristbands, I thought the $10 wasn't too bad. But Mr. Wells mentioned about since all the businesses made a lot of money, so did the city as far as the sales tax goes. I get that. Maybe the wristband money can go to some sort of account to help with future events. Just a thought, I don't know. But back to the number 15 for your, I loved it, and I loved how you guys worked together on that one and changed it to where it didn't come out of the cannabis and it came out of the, what was it called, the discretionary fund. And I did not know that about the cannabis, fund being for other stuff like 501s. I'm glad to see you guys working together on that one. That was great. And keep doing a great job, guys. Have a
Thank
good
you,
night.
sir.
Yep.
Good evening, council. Good job tonight. The
Tulare County Probation Mobile Unit has been trying to get over to the Link Navigation Center for some time. They do drug tests. They have individuals that are on probation check in right there. And they also hand out food and meals. I think if there's anything that we can do to speed that process up, it'll keep a population in a more general location as opposed to floating around town to check into the buses. They also have resources for jobs on the unit. I do it in Tulare and in Visalia. They also do it here in Porterville. If we can do something to help them out, I think that'd be a good thing. Mayor, you were talking about roads. Newcomb from Morton to Henderson, the east lanes, the first top layer, the first inch is missing on a lot of those. I'm all for the 300 lane miles, but with the budget and the finances, maybe we can cut that back a little bit, 250 lane miles, 200 lane miles, just to keep some money in the floating around. There's one thing I do keep hearing a lot of, and it's a lot of previous councils, previous people have put us in a situation where we are now. I have a pothole that's rather large in front of my apartment. I don't care how it got there. I just want it fixed. Maybe we can just adjust or think about fixing the situation that we're in now and not going back and I'm not saying we're pointing fingers, I'm not saying we're pointing blame. Just let's work on fixing the issue. And if people want to take shots, let's just focus on getting the things fixed. I think the people would like to hear that. Last thing I want to end on is churros are a lot cheaper than $16 at Papa's. They're pretty good too. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Greg Shelton, 880 North Wolford Drive. You know, at 4:30 when I was doing my research on this project, I thought, well, no one's gonna fact check me anyway. So you know, yeah, I know. And I thinking I was trying to figure out how I was gonna get a copy of that resolution to see how I voted. And it would take a great grandson of a Hessian officer to do something that sinister.
Why it's got to be a Hessian? Come on.
The Hessians, Meister, come on. Anyway, so that being said, I have evolved in my position on that, and I was thinking that maybe I did it some good old political horse trading, which is what I saw here tonight. I saw some good old political horse trading between Mr. Beltran and Mr. McCurvey with a little pitting from you. And I think that was good. I think everybody came up, everybody got a little bit of something. No one was completely happy, no one was completely unhappy. And I want to agree with Adrian and what he said. He saw that. I don't want to agree with Scott because you know, we got to always know how we got here. You know, the more I think about it, you know, and I heard, you know, I got a shot from Mr. Rivas. I was thinking, well, no, it wasn't like that when I was in here, but maybe it was, because there was a lot of obfuscation in there. You know, there was a lot of things being hidden. So I don't know how long this went back. I like to think it wasn't there when I was there, but I don't know. Now, switching back to the item that we discussed tonight, I did the math. I was doing a rough back of the napkin math, and if you're doing 3.5% per year, and again, I don't know how you amortized it, if you're doing it with a balloon payment or you know, simple amortization, it comes to in 5 years to 17.5%. And then if you figure in the administrative fees, it could be closer to 20. So again, depending on how, if it was fully amortized or with a balloon, it's a little bit of money. It's, you know, 15, 20%. If you got $200 or $100,000 thing, it's 15, 20 grand. So if we can buy our way out of it for 5 or 10 grand, it's good business. So I like that city manager and whoever helped him came up with that. I still think that it's a little inequitable. I feel like we should really, you know, if someone wants to do a low-income thing, let's let him do it too. And if some guy wants to just build a house and it's like, well, he's not low-income. Hey, that guy's building his home for himself. You know what I mean? Maybe we cut him a little slack on it too and come up with a way where everybody wins. Anyway, it was a good meeting tonight, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Okay, we'll move on to other matters. Councilman Beltran.
Let's see, I'll start off by, Scott there was looking at me when he said he had a pothole. He didn't care who, that's my district. So I would just simply state, I'll simply state this. There's the Porterville app. You can report whether, wherever it's at, you can report that, sir. So don't call me. And also, the probation, Tulare County probation, wanting to be at the Link event. So KTHA is the one that authorizes who can come and not come to the Link events. There's a whole application process. But I can probably guarantee what some of the hesitation is people don't like law enforcement in the homeless community. So they're really hesitant. I know probation is there to have a positive interaction with them. So I think maybe just one person come as a representative and just say what they plan to do to get a feel of, sometimes that's why the SMART team has a different uniform, stuff like that. So happy to continue that conversation and see what I can do on my end, because you guys do have some great resources for them. So I'll look into that in tomorrow's meeting. Let's see. I had some comments earlier. I didn't want them to be misconstrued about the event on Main Street with the car show. It had nothing to do with the car show. It was more of our internal checks and balances, whether somebody talked about the bracelet sales, the PD enforcing the bracelets, because I saw some people didn't have bracelets, the ABC, where what drink containers they have. So it has nothing, no reflection on the organizations that put it on. It was more of the internal stuff. This was our first off, so we knew we were going to do some tweaking on it. So I didn't want to make it sound as though there was a problem on their end. It's more of an internal process we need to work on. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm going to do another Q&A event on May 30th at the Tule River Parkway. I'll announce it again later on. It's been a couple months since I've done one. Hopefully it's not 100 degrees, but I'll probably do it early in the morning. If people are out, they can enjoy the parkway and maybe have a conversation. And lastly, we're coming up to Memorial Day weekend. Post 20, always ask for volunteers to come out to the Hillcrest Cemetery to help prepare for the Avenue of Flags. I've been looking at their social media. They haven't posted their schedule yet. We'll look in the Porterville FY that normally post that schedule and see if we can find the old one, because the schedule never changes of the volunteers that are needed Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday's the heavy day too. So for those who want to be engaged, any one of those days is great. If you can help out for multiple days, that's an added benefit. A lot of our veterans are getting up there. There's a lot of people, when I started volunteering out there, aren't there anymore because physically it's too taxing on their bodies. And so service clubs, organizations, businesses, I just recommend coming out. It's a wonderful event to commemorate Memorial Day. And so I just invite the community to come out if you can volunteer. I'm sure they would appreciate that.
And I'll see you out there, sir. I'm looking forward to it. Councilman Rivas.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you, City Manager Mr. Tree, and your staff for just a great agenda, great talking points. Thank you for, who knows, it could have been, things happening under people's noses that people think everything's fine, but it's not. And, a few comments was made that, bringing about the previous, I don't bring it up. But I do know that if you don't learn from the mistakes, you're deemed to repeat it again. So with that, it's a great meeting tonight. Mr. Beltran, he pretty much put it out there with the probation department, Mr. Bowler. Sometimes when we're out there and those homeless people are there, they have a keen sense of when law enforcement are around. So with that, I mean, you echoed it pretty good. That's the way they are. So with that, other than that, thank you very much for a good night, good evening, and I'm just going to close it up with that.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Vice Mayor McCurby.
Yeah, and it's just perspective too. I'll just add this to what Councilman Rivas said. When you look at the perspective, old and new, and we're just making a distinction between where we're at 20% of the general fund that everyone's arguing about money is immediately spent on those things that we're talking about. That's the structural issue. People need to understand that, so it's just perspective. It doesn't mean that, you know, having a parade is going to break the bank, and it doesn't mean that spending $10,000 here is going to solve that problem. But it does give us an understanding of where we are and what we are up against. Unless we can grow our city and get more tax revenue, I think that the last, and this is my personal opinion, I believe, and I came in here for many years, all the way back in the 80s I've been coming in here, but I firmly believe that the trajectory that we were on was to hope for a bailout. It's written in some of those documents in 2016 that says, well, hopefully things will change and become more favorable, but they haven't. And so we really have to deal with those structural issues because we want to get our city back on that track of prosperity. And that's really just perspective. Scott, also perspective, if we could pave 250 miles of road in 1 year, that would be awesome.
That would be really great.
We're getting up to 30, which is pushing the limits of our staff and what we can do. And it'll take 10 years to catch up the roads at that pace. And if we stop or we pull back on that, we're going to continue to have, everyone in the city is going to continue to have trouble getting around. So we really have to devote ourselves to that. This is a big part of what we do in the city. We got to make sure we have our roads. I wanted to say also there's a good creative comment here about what we could spend the money on. If you go back and look at the YouTube from last meeting when we talked about it, we talked about it's also to get items to sell. It's also to get items for helping students to get to an event and build up some of our other events. So there's a lot in that. It was somewhat vague, but I love the idea that if we save the money that we just buy bullets. Very good. I like that. We'll be ready. The city did earn $2,000 on Saturday for the car show. So yeah, there's a drop in the bucket, right? But it's something. I wanted to say something about the event, and it was just a highlight to summarize on the car show. It was an amazing event. The American Conservatory is building quite a resume. They recently just raised almost $12,000 for the Randy Hoppert family. They're working to help raise that money with some other partners. They're lifting up the downtown. This is not their first downtown event. So they're trying creative ways to do that, and they're really committed to that. They have created some local scholarships for students and athletes, and they help the Wenatchee Boosters to save a bunch of money to help their athletes. They're supporting our Heritage 100 and our 250 events. It's really important. One of the events that they sponsored and helped us with last year, after Charlie Kirk was murdered for free speech, we had a faith event, and it was against violence. And it wasn't well attended, which is very disappointing, but, you know, statistically, the stats now are that 25% of people that are far left-leaning think it's okay to be violent. And it's even worse if you go to the younger generation. 40% of the younger generation right now that lean left, and that means Democrat Party and radicals and progressives, think it's okay to be violent. We got a big problem in our culture. And I know that the American Conservatory was just trying to stand up and get awareness, and let's all get back to nonviolence. It's just important that we all recognize that that's a problem, because the media has been, and the AIs and those things are manipulating things and causing people to do things they probably normally wouldn't do. And so let's help each other out. Let's not be violent. Let's make sure that we keep our rhetoric the way it ought to be, and it's uplifting and for unity and creative. Let's not live on the side of destruction. Let's live on the side of creation. And there was some good unity in here tonight, but it's a challenge throughout the country, and it's not just in our community, it's everywhere, and we just need to be aware of it, and we need to help each other through that. We shouldn't be violent. That's what I want to finish with.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, the worst part about being the mayor and going last is everybody takes your talking points. So, you know, Scott, you're running for city council. 300 lane miles would be awesome, but that would cost $30 million, nearly all of the general fund. And I'm crazy, I want to do it. It's actually tempting, and so if you get on city council, make that motion, sir, and let's get our roads paved. I want to echo Councilman Beltran, American Legion, Memorial Day coming up Monday. They get together, we dig the holes, set the flags on Sunday, and then we have to pick them up Monday evening. No, wait, I'm wrong on that. It's Monday morning and then 5 a.m. And then after we pick them up. It's a lot of work. These are older gentlemen. If you could come out and support this, it's really, it feels good. It really does. When you look at that avenue of flags, casket flags, men that paid the ultimate sacrifice and service to our nation, men that served our nation, men and women. It really is a treat, and you get the chills looking at it. So I'd invite the community to come out and support that. I'll do what I can via social media to promote that as well. Friday at 12 o'clock, we are having the military banner ceremony. That is this Friday. Come out. This is another great program the city puts on, and it highlights our patriotic spirit that just thrives in our community. And it's what makes Porterville an all-American city. So really, really excited for that. It's a treat to do it, a great honor. With that, I'm going to end on this note. City staff or excuse me, agenda items 7 through 11, huge, continuing on the street maintenance work. It's big. I'm glad to see it going forward tonight. Thank you for bringing that to us, and thank you for delivering for the constituents of Porterville. And then at the end, you know, I talked with, I'm not going to drop her last name, but Sarah, city staff, last meeting about getting you a challenge coin. And I came away and just thinking, and why I wanted to get you one is because I see you stepping up and all the hard work. But as I thought about this over the last week, there's so many individuals, right? I could go Clayton, Fernando, Amy. You've stepped up. And I'm not dropping last names for a reason. Robert, you have stepped up. I have blanked on your name, and I feel so bad because I know you well. Russell. Man, it took me to do that in public to finally get your name to come back to me. I'd like to give all of you a challenge coin tonight. Fernando, did I drop your name already? Yes. Okay, good. I would like to get you the 250 challenge coin. I greatly appreciate the hard work, the dedication to our city, the stepping up. This place does not work without you guys, and I know there's people that I'm forgetting, and so if you guys, or city manager, if you could think of someone that I have left out, I'm not dropping last names. I would greatly appreciate you to challenge me to get to that staff. So Louisa is another one, but she's got to get it from me. I'm not just gonna hand it in a box. So want to see her face to face and hand it to her. But at the end of the evening, I'd love to give you all a challenge coin if you'd give me that honor. Okay. Okay, city manager, take us home.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We also have Eureka. She's our public information officer.
You
putting all
know,
the good
wait a
news.
sec. Eureka, you're in the office. I already seen that you had one of the challenge coins right on your desk. So don't feel left out. You already got one.
I also want to highlight the Friday military banner ceremony. I hope that all the public can come out. The council will be there. It's going to be a great event. In regards to Memorial Day, plug for our public safety is stay safe, don't drink and drive on that weekend, this upcoming weekend. Also, in regards to PD, we have our 10 new employees that will be sworn in this coming Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. Encourage the staff, the community to come out for that great event. I also appreciate staff's effort. It's been a long day, put in a full day's work, and we're here till 10 o'clock, and we'll be right back to work before 8 a.m. I just appreciate it. And in regards to the blinking light at Main Street and Orange, Mr. Isom would really like a profile story with the recorder on that, if you can make that happen. But he's definitely, he's working on fixing that light. So about a month ago, we had an item that came to council to replace the controller that was damaged in a vehicle accident. Unfortunately, it's going to be about 3 to 4 weeks before it arrives, but we're working on it, so.
Thank you, City Manager. With that, the meeting is adjourned.